Hey everybody, it's another Play It Forward here on the Loading Ready Run Entertainment Network. It's me, I'm Beej. Welcome to Loading Ready Run, as it were. Right now I'm running it out of my house, as I have been for all the other playthroughs of Play It Forward, as we've been doing for the last little while. As a lot of us have been doing, in fact, and we're going to play Betrayal at Krondor. More of, because we are currently in Chapter 3. We were just closing in on Caval Run, which we're not going to do first. I made a decision. According to the walkthrough, it's like, if you do this, because you have to go get the Knight's Piece, and it was like, okay, just go to Caval Keep and do that. It's okay, you can come back to Caval Run, because you're going to have to finish the chapter there. And like, oh, why don't I just wait to do that then? We'll see what happens. So then before I get going, obviously, we have to talk about how this stream exists and what it is you do for it to make sure that it keeps happening. I'm going to say hi to everybody on YouTube. You can go to the main channel, youtube.com/loadingreadyrun, and get yourself signed up on the YouTube memberships if you like. We have subscribing and liking and all that good stuff, but the YouTube memberships is a great way to support the channel. If you've got a little money to give and you'd like to do it through the YouTube infrastructure, that's up to you. We give you that option. We have so many options, in fact. The people here on Twitch, also a great way to support the channel. We'll go over subs and bits and everything at the end of the show. And also I want to mention the Patreon, patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. That is our Patreon. And if you go check it out, you're going to see that, there's 2,500 other people plus in there that I can, be a part of the whole mix with. And it does help because all the ways that you support us all contribute to helping to keep the lights on in our houses, but also with the moon base and pay rent there and pay rent everywhere else that people live and put, money on table, all that kind of stuff. It's necessary to see the enterprise continue. And I appreciate that you guys have been as generous as you are, especially through this, through the whole pandemic. That makes a big difference to us. And it means that we can keep plugging along and making stuff for you. We got some great fans. And, I also then want to mention store.loadingreadyrun.com, where you might have a while ago, you can get all of our merch at store.loadingreadyrun.com, and a while ago you might have also pre-ordered either the DVD set or the Blu-ray set of Loading Ready Run Season 11. That was the Year of Lure that we did the Kickstarter with. If you had backed the Kickstarter as well, you would have, you may have backed at a tier that got you a Blu-ray set or got you a DVD set. And we are doing fulfillment on those finally, because they're finally made. They're real deal. There's discs in here. I have tested that. These are the ones I actually tested to ensure that everything worked properly. It's the real thing. And if you had backed for it or you had pre-ordered it on the store, you have a copy, do you? And I'm going to go again through all of our records and find out who, if there is anybody that we haven't hit yet. And if you haven't been contacted by lrrstore@pmcfulfillment.com, check all your emails. If you haven't gotten one yet, because we have contacted everybody, and you haven't got one, or it's not in your spam folder or whatever, you need to send an email to lrrstore@pmcfulfillment.com and let them know that you either should have had a pre-order through the store or that you had backed on the Kickstarter. And have some proof ready to show them that you had done that by showing the backer email you would have got through Kickstarter, or if you had a pre-order notice from the store. And then we will start looking through that and make sure that we have the record for you. And weird thing, some people backed on our Kickstarter multiple times. And my backer reports aren't spitting out the fact that those people backed on two separate tiers. It was basically like you could back at one tier and then you could back a la carte, or you could back like extra. And there appears to be some issue on how backer reports are generated on Kickstarter, because now I'm finding that there's a few people that have come and said, hey, this didn't get reported that I had backed a la carte. So I'm going to have to go through the few thousand people who backed our Kickstarter and try to find out if everybody has been accounted for on all the proper lists, because there was a whole understanding that this would work properly, and apparently it hasn't. So now, but don't worry, we have lots of we should have lots of DVDs, and we should have lots of Blu-rays. Definitely should have lots of Blu-rays to make sure that everyone's going to get them if they're going to get them. So yeah. So I let's see. Actually, in the chat, I'm seeing here. Other ways you can support Loading Ready Run. You can write for Beej on a $5 bill and put it in the mail with a stamp and no envelope, and it will get to us. It could. I mean, I don't recommend it, knowing what I know about the postal systems in multiple places now. But yeah, that is a thing that could happen. I would just say, send it to the mail time address if you want. You can send cash in the mail if you like. No guarantees it'll ever arrive. And or you could do it through PayPal, or I'm sure there's all sorts of other ways that you can help back stuff for us. So yeah, probably a better chance of getting there than if you sent it FedEx. That might be the case, PMAvers. I also wouldn't spend money on sending money through the mail. It's complicated these days. There are much simpler ways to send people money that don't cost as much. We don't do Venmo, though. By the way, we're not in the States. We are a proud Canadian company. Let us move on to the gameplay. There it is. I don't think there's anything else I have to bring up to talk about before the stream, before the gameplay actually begins. But if there is something that comes up, inevitably I'm going to end up talking about it, aren't I? Let's have a look at where we left off, because it has been a few days for me, and that could be just years. So we are right near the bend, near that waterfall. This is where Cavill Run is. So if we go up north, we're going to hit Cavill Keep, and that's where we're actually going right now. So let us get back on the road. Also, there's supposed to be a trap around here, so there's every good chance that we're going to run into a trap as I walk out here. It's also nighttime, so I guess we probably have to stay for the night. It's so dark. As always. Oh yes, I think this is the herbal farm. Remember we came by here the one time and they were like, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you. Would you like herbs?" Yeah. Heavyset man answered James's knock. Greeting them warmly, he invited them into his house. After several minutes of conversation, he offered them some fresh water for their pouches, a kindness that was gladly accepted. They were preparing to leave when the man's tone turned serious. "You gents be careful out there. I've been hearing some strange noises. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the spinners coming out of hibernation." James looked a little puzzled. "Spinners? Overgrown spiders!" Count Corvallis has sent some men to patrol the 4 Vergets to the west, hoping to get to the spiders before they have a chance to get entrenched in the area. But it would be best to keep on the lookout. This is not the herbal farm. This is just a dude telling us about spiders. Nothing in the barn. Nothing in back of this dude's house. He's just a big hill in the middle of his farm. Well, that's the way it is, I guess. Well, let's keep moving over this way to the west and see what happens over here. There's another field. We might have explored this area fully and found boxes and stuff already. Oh, there's a hole. We're fine. We don't need a new shovel. Right? Ah, right, the rocks. Is this the herbal farm? Maybe this is it. Hello! Yes. Come to look at our selection again. We promise these are the finest herbal preparations around. Want to have another look? Yes. Excellent. You won't be disappointed in our fine selection. We grow our stock in a special garden so you can be sure we have the finest quality herbs available. Herb. Here for herb. Don't want any of this stuff. But thank you, all the same. Very kind of you. Now, let me just roll down in my thing that's telling me stuff. Weird. There are so many things I would change about how... okay, ambushers. Oh, good. Okay. I don't know about that. I mean, it's roughly the same chance of hitting a lot of these dudes, but let's try this. That's good. So I believe the dudes who are all torn up and stuff, those are Black Slayers. So if I cast Final Rest, who can I cast it on? I can't cast it on anybody. Okay. I could cast, like, Bane of the Black Slayers, I guess, but... that was expensive, wasn't it? Bane is... I can basically do, like, 50 on this. Let's do that. That is... Let's try this guy. 83% or 85% or 87%. Let's try this guy. That's good. Gorath. Nice. James engages this dude again. Owen, I think we'll do the same thing again. Why not? Another 50. I mean, I could just ruin this dude's day, but let's take care of the one that I've already hit a lot. That's good news. That's also good. I'd like you to very much keep working on the same guy. Okay, I think at some point I have to stop doing this. Gorath hits this guy. I'm starting to think I should use one turn of James's to actually drink some stuff to make his accuracy better. What are we going to do here? Well, I mean, could just keep going. We could let this dude eat arrows. That would be funny. Oh, yeah, 101%. That's pretty good. Rest. Oof. That's good. All right. Search the bodies. Starting at the left. We have so much room. Let's see here. First, we'll take all the easy things to deal with. Nope. Didn't need to have haggling on for whatever reason he had it on. And we'll turn Gorath's weaponcraft on so he can repair his own stuff. Actually, no, you know what? We won't. We'll leave these things on, and it's fine. And that's the only thing. And we go here, and we polish that, and we polish that. It's not as bad as it looks. And he didn't do anything. Jesus. Did we actually hit anybody? Okay, we'll put that in there. Good. Excellent. Lovely. I wonder about the utility of using flame root oil on anything at this point, but who's got the spider? Let's give that back to Gorath just for fun. Great. They've all got some money. Let's give Gorath that. And if you just turned into my DIY stream, I took his money. I took his money now. And There's that guy. Did we repair this? We did. Okay. Did we do 3 of these? Hang on. There we go. Yeah, it's a... Now that I'm noticing this, there are... that now that you guys are pointing this out, that it's like, yeah, that you have room for crossbows, and also, you know, it's like everybody has an armor set. There's no robes. There's no other things. Everything is a sword. There's no like axes or maces or anything else. It's just like for the ease of this entire procedure, you get a sword, you get armor, and you get a crossbow, and that's what you get to carry. Oh. Don't you have a fancy sword? And a key to something that I don't care about? All right. So these guys are guarding chests, I believe, is what the thing said. It's like, oh, you'll come across 5 guys to fight, and they'll be guarding some chests. I don't see the chests. Of course, they could also be chests that, you know, we have gone through anyway, so it's not like this is going to make a big difference one way or the other. Ah, here we go. We have almost certainly opened these. Has tongue but cannot talk, runs but cannot walk. I think we said shh. Was it a wagon? Right. Then there were these shells, but I was like, I don't care about the shells. Ah, this was Shadow. Now, I also have the, yeah, we fixed that. I also have the guide open next to me, and it's telling me here's the 3 ones in this area. We don't need wine, we don't need meat. We have sharp teeth, but cannot eat. Saws. I thought that was the right thing, but it was not. Ooh, brand new shovel, you say? Well, time to get rid of that shovel and grab the nicer shovel. Dragonstone, you say? Might as well take it and use it. There. If anybody has magical flames on their sword, well, then it won't matter. It's an inn. Lapping Meadows. 134. Talk to this guy. Nope, don't want to gamble. Barkeep, got anything for us? What do we need? Could probably stand, let's see, 4, 3, that's 7, and 3 is 10. Could take 14 rations. Sure. Just try to share them with the party, I dare ya. We'll let Gorath carry the extras here. That'll be fine. We gotta sell that. Hell, he could repair that if he wanted to. could stay for the night, which would help because Owen is definitely in need of, and it's also late, so you might as well just stay for the night. Sure, have another night. Let Owen recover a little bit more. I think that's probably fine. And it was talk, barkeep, inn, bard, and we're gone. But that's good. That means that we managed to get those little extra out of our hands. Hey, sad Ryan Butler. All right. So I was also told that apparently to the east, there's a bunch of stuff too. And I believe we've been through here before. It's some massive just... Let's just use the spyglass. So if I turn around, I should see two things, and then there's some stuff in here. I did see two things. And I either took the stuff or somebody else got here before me. Nope, not taking those. Not interested. Oh. Something caught James's eye. Bending down to get a closer look, he saw it was a set of fresh footprints that appeared to be heading east. That is our scouting skill going up, I bet. Oh. It's a barn where I'm probably going to get rumbled. We gotta deal with those. I haven't duped my Dalatail milk yet. We got to get on that. Ambush! All right, we'll start with you. Great. Owen's going to do what he does best, which is blind everybody with his dance moves. Nope. That's not how this works, my dude. Gorath takes that guy out. James takes this guy out. Owen blinds this guy? Sure, why not? Gorath takes out this guy. James takes out that guy. Owen waits. And Gorath goes after this dude, who decided to join the party rather than just leave, which is kind of interesting. Yeah, I didn't think you'd like that. That's fun. All right. Our abilities increased. Accuracy melee went up. I should have probably re-enabled it again. And strength went up. That's good too. Why is weaponcraft on? I was trying to do armorcraft for him, not thinking things through. It is warm. Be like, so Beej, why did you pause to fight these 5 guys if you knew they were there? And the answer is, so we could do this. Yeah, we could always repair that. We'll do this. Repair that. Nice. Excellent. His armor is still untouched. That's fine, yeah. Great. Sure. Sure. Bang, bang, bang. Let's see here. No, I'm going to need that back. What else do we need to put on these guys in order to get them to stop having things? Let's see here. Just grab a bunch of stuff from Owen. Okay, so we'll take the hammer back. Do that, and we'll do that. Take those, and you can keep that, and that's fine, and you can have that back. There. 8, 10, 3. That's fine for the time being. Sorry, kind of mumbling my way through a bit of this. Start from the left this time, so I get clear shot on everybody. I would imagine they would. A spy note. Well, those are fun. And rations that no one could bother eating. That's good. We use that up too. I'll take your spy note. And we'll read it here in a second. So this one is the... I'm interested in your difficulties with the Guild of Thieves under Krondor. It was your responsibility to deal with them, and your special training should give you more than an adequate advantage over those common thieves. You are to locate the Amulet of the Upright Man and the Idol of Lasser and load them aboard the Nightcrawler immediately. We have pressing business... Yeah, the Nighthawks using... And the Crawler using... Okay, neat. We have pressing business with our Serpentine clients in the Sunset Isles, and I don't believe they will be patient while I tell them about the incompetence of my hirelings. So I'm guessing the Serpentine clients are those Serpent Warrior or Serpent Sorcerer things that we ran into. So they need both of these things. That's cool. I didn't even read that one yet. We have reason to believe that Gortha the Ardanian will soon be in your region. Should you encounter him, attempt to take him alive. If you are overmatched, then slay him before he discovers our connections to the Nighthawks. We wish to have him breathing so that we may make a present of him to Delicon and the Six. Otherwise, you are to proceed in the usual fashion by retrieving the Knight's Piece from the well. It is crucial we have the information the Nighthawks have gathered on troop strengths at the Kingdom garrisons. Narub. So that's interesting, because that's a whole bunch of information. A whole bunch of information. That you might not have wanted to write down in just a letter to, hey, letter to Guy. Like, that seems like a lot that you did there that maybe you didn't need to do there. All right. Can I close in on, I think that's the extra body I haven't been able to grab yet. Maybe I did do this, dude? Maybe I did. Ah, maybe I did. Oh, I didn't. Pays to keep looking, apparently. Put this on that body, take that instead. Because having something to sell is just fun. I don't know why. I mean, by and large, though, I guess it is just extra bullshit to carry around that I don't really need. Here, have an extra one. You have an extra one. Our abilities have gone up. %86 is good, and 91% on that armor craft, which is awesome. When I did my run previously, giving Owen both the armor and the weapons to work on was a lot of fun. Just seeing him 100% both of them, I thought was very funny. So let's see here. We found this barn. What else is around? I like this spyglass so much. There's something there, and there's something there, and there's something over there. So there's something here. that. Something there. This. I think we've had these before. Widows and orphans, parents and kin. This is disturbed more by riots and war. This was the peace chest, I believe. And we fixed that already. Brought to the table, cut and served, never eaten. These were cards. Oh, there was a Grey Tower plate here all along. Fix that. Fix that. Don't really need the oilcloth, do I? Just rub it on everything. Okay. Anything else in the immediate area? Nothing there. So we should probably, we'll head back, we'll turn directly west and head towards the, whatever this thing is. Ah, it is a stump. A Gildesthorn. Just one Gildesthorn, yes. Sure, why not take it? And let's have a look around again. There are, I think, is that the 5 dead things? Oh no, it's just 5. How are there so, Jesus Christ. I'll just stop asking questions. Whatever you do, empty out all the stumps. This would be a funny game if it was like, depending on what order you looked at them in, they would have like a different amount of things. Sure. Let's give him to Owen, because I think he's low. He is. And we'll let Owen drink a couple. Cool. What else is around this area? There's 2 things over there. That's, I think, the well and that inn. And I think directly east of here. Oh, that's that magic shop. Dabe's Fanciful Trinkets. So if I needed one of those, I could have one of those. Dragon's Breath. Flamecast. Skyfire, Pocho's Haven, Gift of Sung, Scent of Sereg, Bait of the Black Slayers, Eyes of Bishop, Night Fingers, The Unseen. I don't think we have that. We do have The Unseen. Okay, cool. Necrocicatrix, Unfortunate Flux. I thought there was a copy of Unfortunate Flux floating around in the Dimwood somewhere. Stardusk, Invitation, Fetters of Rhyme, Final Rest, Thoughts Like Clouds, and we're back. So, Necrocicatrix, I don't think I have. Sure. Take the price I'm asking or leave off. Yep. Accept. And I'm just gonna... There is a copy of Unfortunate Flux in the Dimwood? Well, that... Or I could have it right now. I'll just take it right now. So many spells. But that's okay, because my accuracy casting is getting great. And if I actually cast a few more spells, it might even get better. Okay. If I really want to bump it up, I guess I could try like get a bunch of stuff and we could have him just read Dorcas's Treatise over and over, but dork ass. Let's see. That's everything here that I need to be concerned about at the moment, I think. So we should just head back towards the road. So I think this means that we're stopping in... Yeah, there's a map I skipped, and that's fine. This split, I think, is the Cavalkeep split. So there's a narrow pass here. And there were some chests. Yep. Okay. Goes back. This is the wall chest, which I had such a hard time with. And now I have the answer right beside me. So it's like, oh, now I know what it is. I'm not going to restring any crossbows. Okay. And we're going to just drop a bookmark. And I'm going to go right into Cavalkeep. Hell yeah. And because I'm not going to just steal all their money, why would I need to? Other than to maybe like round out how much money I'm carrying. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I had 7 royals, that would get me to 8,500 exact, or 7,500 exactly. All right, I just spent 1,050 on scrolls, and here I am like, I should kind of just steal some of these royals. But hey, that's how you make money, right? You find your number 1 dime, and then you just keep on. Okay. Shop. Simple thing to do. Looks like a buy-sell only. It is. Sign of the Sword. Stuff and some such. Nothing too outstanding that I need to have at the moment. That is Corvallis' place, if I remember correctly. Let's have a look here. Shop, in, exit, enter, look in there, enter, and back. So we'll maybe go in the... Okay. There is a way to do this, it says, that you should try to follow this thing. Neat. Okay. This is the moneylender's house. The door was ajar. They entered the building and was greeted by a man behind a small counter. I am the chief lender here. My name is Izanatis. Can I help you? He inquired. Remember that note? James brought out the accountant's roll they had discovered in Abuk's magic chest and placed it on the counter. We were wondering what you might be able to tell us about the details of this note. It has your mark here at the bottom. Yes, I see, the man replied, pushing his eyeglasses down onto the bridge of his nose. He began to examine it carefully, first looking at the top of his note, then glancing down at the bottom with a scowl, then back to the top like a small child following the actions of a bouncing ball. At last, he spoke. I'm afraid that in order to make an exact match with our records, I would need a name and a date. It would be impossible for me to sort it out otherwise. I wonder why there's no name attached to it. Are you sure there is no other way to make a verification? James asked. Quite sure, Izanatis replied, though I can tell you that, judging by the size of the deposit, it was definitely a man of high position, either a lord or a merchant with foreign contacts. James thanked the man as they let themselves out. So just by having that and bringing it back here, that's something to look at. I was not aware that was something I should have paid attention to when I played this originally. So we did that. Now it's like, say, go talk to Count Corvallis, which he's in the big house. James roused the occupants. The door is cracked open with a small squeak, just enough space to allow a pale-eyed girl with dust-caked skirt to peek out at them. She studied them. There's the whole thing about, oh, Miri? Huh? What? Huh? Just an argument. Dark-haired man swept into the room. We covered this already. In his features, shooting a glance at the mild hostile first at Owen, then at the mortal, he turned on the senior.
What is the meaning of this?
I think this is the first time we got to hear his voice. Kindly tell me, sir, what is it I have done to make myself so attracted to the minuscule of the world? From the moment I first stepped from my bedchamber this morning, I have had servants swarming around me like nits and bothersome relations at my ankles. Will you kindly leave me in peace? We have very grave business to attend to, and I must speak to you. Whatever you must do, I am quite certain does not involve me. I don't care what the nature of business is about, Senor. I have other concerns. Is that so? Have you concerns above and beyond the Prince of Krondor? And if so, I shall make most eager account of them before him when I return. Go on and spell them out, so I may take them down. I'm sure Arutha will be fascinated. The Prince, you say? Please understand that there are things going on that I'm not entirely at liberty to discuss. Suffice to say that I have had something of a disagreement with the priest of the Temple of Kahuli in Kenting Rush over a private matter. Maybe it was the money we stole. So if you may excuse my outburst, I would be happy to be of service to the prince. What precisely can I do for you? Aha, we have more things to ask about. Let's ask about finances? There's a moneylender that lives here in town. Is not his, yes, I know him well. Strange Quigan fellow. Then you have done business with him recently? Why should it concern you? I've paid my taxes to the king. We wish to borrow money, and we want to make certain that we deal with a reputable firm. I thought that if you had done any business with him, made any deposits, then perhaps you might know if he were an honest man. Ah, suspicion in business is a healthy tactic. To answer you, I have had no need to borrow any funds of late, and in fact, I've made several substantial deposits recently. Some of my better placed investments have provided me with comfortable profits, Baneth be praised. His Natus will do well by you. Okay, so now we know that he's had a lot of money and he's been depositing it there. Navin, I guess. You have a reputation for disliking Navon de Sandow. Anything you would care to share with us? What makes you believe I have animosity for Ugwin's suitor? Gwyn's suitor? We're just going to say Gwyn, I think, at this point. Your petition to Kahuli, you asked for Navin to be, how did you put it? Driven mad until he is gray with age? Who did you pay to get that note? Do you have spies in the temple? Nothing so insidious as that, Count. It seems the petition collectors from the Temple of Kahuli have been slow to do their duties this year. We found your note and your tithe. If you tell us why you wish him driven mad, I'll let this little matter slip my mind. Otherwise, I think I can take up the matter with Dusandow. Do what you will, Senor. He already knows my feelings for him. I simply wish him gone from my family and his meddling in our affairs. Day and night he's at Wynn, asking her questions about the keep and Caval Run. How extensive were the tunnels that ran under the Great Hall? Have they ever been mapped in any great detail? How much money is in my coffers? What are my schedules? With whom do I meet? Jesus Christ, be subtle, dude. His questions are endless. I lost a wife in that infernal keep, and I wish the matter put to rest. I never wish to hear another question again about it. It's interesting that I would never put the modern speech. We wouldn't put again there. We would put it after. It would be I never wish to hear another question about it again. Is how we'd always stress it. But they put it there. Interesting. Can you understand that, Senor? He brings up memories and feelings I wish to leave buried. Okay, if we talk to him, he will boost our assessment, but I can't do that yet because we haven't concentrated on assessment. So please give my regards. Piss off. We will. Let's get out of here. Let's go to the inn. Let's talk to the bartender. Where the hell's the bartender? There is no bartender. Go to the shop. Take a look. Just so we can get access to this. I don't need Gorath's assessment driven up, but why not? Or do I not bother with his assessment so I could do it later? I'm having to come back later. Seems like a massive pain in the ass. We'll just go in here and... Elvin Sir. Assessment. Weren't you a spotter for the Natalie's Rangers when you were younger? I seem to recall you telling stories when I used to visit at the Keep. That was quite a long time ago indeed, before you or Gwyn or even Neville had been born. I still have the eye, too. I can say precisely how much a man is carrying by the way he walks, or how good a swordsman he is by the way he pulls it free of the scabbard. Sounds like a useful skill. Any chance you could teach us something about it? Don't be absurd. I spent 5 years training to be a spotter. You expect me to teach it all to you in one afternoon? I suppose you're right. I'm already a decent spotter myself. I'll make you a wager, though. You teach us anything I don't already know, and I'll pay you in gold sovereigns. I'll take your wager, but I'm not one to waste my time. 200 sovereigns or it's no deal. Will you take that wager? Yes! I'm ready when you are. Let's go outside where we will have more room. The Count extended his arms. Which hand do I fight with? The Count asked. Owen squinted, the distance making an accurate evaluation difficult. For several hours, the Count had unabashedly chastised him for his lack of ability at assessing the strength of his enemies. My guess is your right hand. Good, the Count said. Why? Your sword is slung on your left hip, Owen replied flatly. Well, it was the obvious answer. The Count was unimpressed with his practicality. Noting he was about to be regaled about ignoring subtle clues, he quickly added, and the callus on the pads of your right thumb and the base of your fingers. Count nodded and dropped his hands to his sides. I wasted enough time. You've lost the bet, boy. Let's get back inside. All right. He has upped our thing, and we are done talking about stuff. Thank you. Give our regards to Hwyn. It's not like we're actually just going to go do that ourselves. How did we do? 100%. Makes sense. 80%. I think we were at 60, so that's like a 20% bump. Not bad. And, of course, 100% there, because it was already at that. If I ever use that assessment skill, it's going to come in real handy, I guess. Let's go in the inn now. So let's try Bard. 143 sovereigns. Talk to this guy. He's the gambler. Talk to this guy. Boot knife. Cashin boot knife. Who said I bought it? Talk to this guy. Owen's stomach rumbled. Waiting until another patron had finished placing his order for a roast hen and a tankard of ale, the seigneur beckoned the tavern keeper away from his other duties, hoping both for information and perhaps a bit to eat.
Welcome to the Duke's Head.
It's Peter the Grey. Evening, gents. Just let me know if you need anything. 3 of us are fine, but you sound as if you had better days. Is something bothering you, friend? Don't suppose you'd be interested in becoming a Scully, would you, lad? I can't honestly say it's on my list of ambitions at the moment, no. Having problems with the help? I wouldn't call it problems so much as disappointments. I don't know what to say to the lad. He's a good enough boy, kind, honest, hardworking, but all in all, he doesn't have the faintest idea which end of the pan's the handle. I tried for weeks to teach him how to cook so the wife and I could take some time off, but when it comes to cooking, he's as dense as the thunder hell. I don't know what else to do. I think that's a mountain range. But enough about me. What can Peter do for you? Nighthawks? Have you ever seen any Nighthawks in the area? Bishop for Fen, the Guild of Death? I wouldn't let them into my establishment. When one of my patrons comes into the inn, he comes in breathing, and I like them leaving in the same condition. Alive! Please tell me you aren't looking to hire one. Hire one? I might be. There's someone I've been having problems with. Not another word of it. Not another word of it. Whatever grievance you have with this man, I don't want to know. If you're looking for a contact, you'll not find one here. If you're looking for a criminal, try the pub in Prankstone. Count Corvallis. Being right across the street from the Count, you must see him quite a bit. Actually, no. The Count is quiet, likes to keep his own company mostly. He's not one much for drinking with the commoners. His whole family has been much the same way, with the exception of his daughter. Does he have any unusual callers at his house? There aren't many that would visit him. Don't get me wrong. He isn't a bad sort, but he can be unpleasant at time. But the only people in and out of there are Wynn suitors and the men who work for the Count. That's all I'm interested in fact. So we have talk, exit, talk, bard, that finger, that's it. I think... what exactly do you want? Just a little friendly talk. So, it says go to the tavern and talk to Peter the Grey. He'll offer more information. Oh, now just exit Cavill Keep. Okay, I was like, she's in the inn, isn't she? She's not in the inn. I have to leave here. We're done. Actually, how are we doing? You know what? We're going to go back in. Walk backwards into hell. And we're going to stay at the inn for a night. Lodging? Spare room we could lay down? There's nowhere to sleep here. There's no actual inn. So we're just going to bed down till the morning, I guess. And that's fine. All right. Exit Cavill Keep and locate Hwyn. Am I going to run into her if I walk on places? I imagine it's if you leave and you go, like, north or something. Stands to reason I would run into her along the road, probably. No one's lived there. All right. Scouting. Good. We're about to get into a fight. I would sure like to be able to see who I'm about to fight, but oh well. You need that. You need that. And you need this. And what the hell? You might as well have that too. I'll give you a formula. I have no idea what this fight is going to look like, if it even is going to be an actual fight or not. But might as well just juice up. Did it, everyone? Oh, everybody's scouting and stealth went up probably 105%. Where the hell are they? Can I literally not trigger them because I'm too stealthy or something? Because that's weird. Don't need these things. There we go. All right. Holy Jesus. All right, let's see. Which one was... Actually, I think it was on here. Wasn't it Bane of the Black Slayers? Yeah. Let's cast and hit that dude. Whew. I think that's the clerical oilcloth doing most of that work there. You know what? Oh, don't be like that. Instead, be like this. That's good. There we go. In a neat little pile, they fell down. Shit, wait, they fell in a neat little pile. That's not good for me. It's gonna be difficult. Oh well. Weapon craft. Ah, I see. His casting's at 126%. Get rid of that. Oh yeah, let's do ours. I think all Gorath did was just... Did he hit somebody? If you hit somebody, you have to tell me. It could. I need a more... That just made it worse. Speaking of making things worse, well, now we have Dalatail milk. You can have that. You can have those. You're coming up on a break, but not just yet, so yeah, we repaired that already. God. I turned them into just an amalgam of bodies. So summer has arrived here in Victoria, BC, because it is bloody hot. I mean, it's not... Okay, so it's not bloody hot. Technically, it's 20 degrees outside right now. But when there's no wind, that sucks. But also, I don't have anything, like, making wind in this... in the house right now. Like, I have a little fan. Here it is. But if I turn it on... Now, you can't hear it until I start talking. And then the gate on the mixer will actually cut it off just as I stop talking. Neat, huh? So if I sat here quiet the entire time, you would never be able to hear this fan blowing on me. And I tried putting it under the desk, and you can still hear the slight hum of it. And that's kind of just no good. I'm like, oh, I wanted to put it under there and be like, oh, it'll just blow up at my legs, and it'll be very pleasant and keep me cool. But can't do that. Can't keep the windows open because we're too close to a main street where people are going to drive by all the time and honk horns or buses are going to go by and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I can't do it. So just have to kind of like leave that alone. So I'm going to turn this fan off again. But it does mean that when the break comes around, I am going to open some doors and some other, try to get flow if I can. I'm now just kind of like, I feel like I'm clicking randomly to find anybody who I haven't actually clicked on yet. This is, I feel like one of the weakest parts of the game is that, if I was standing in front of 5 dead bodies, I'd be able to tell them apart. So it's a little weird that the game is like, you cannot differentiate all of these different corpses. And I'm like, why can't I? Hell, why shouldn't I? Nope, that's still an issue. No, I don't think we're going to get, I don't think I'm going to find anybody new here. Okay, I think we got as good as we're going to do, we're going to do. It is, of course, interesting to see everyone now reacting to how warm it is or how cold it is in their neck of the woods. Somebody went by saying it's 25 degrees here right now. It'll be -4 tonight, and I'm like, that is a slingshot. That's crazy making. I can't believe that's a thing. I don't want to eat the corn. I want to get in the hole. I want to get lost in this fucking hole and drift away. There we go. More rations. And a venturine. Nah, it's fine. Leave it there. Where is Win? It says, exit Cavill Keep and locate Win, the Count's daughter, and Owen's cousin. Talk to her. Well, where the hell is she? Exit Cavill Keep. It literally says to do that. And she's the only one that goes in the tavern, like, all the time. So, she's got to be around here. A girl across the fields, lacking the arrogant bearing of her father, she moved like a wisp of smoke, her tread so light it seemed she floated rather than walked through the rustling weeds. Flittering to Owen's side, she kissed him lightly on the cheek.
Cousin!
Alright, Win. Did I ever tell you that you show up at the strangest of times? It's nice to see you. What are you doing wandering around unescorted? Honestly, you astonish me. By your age, most girls have the common sense to realize there are dangerous types wandering around in the open. How's that for an introduction? You're only 4 years older than me, Owen, and I don't see that my age has anything to do with it. I just like to come out here to think when I have a problem that won't solve itself otherwise. It also gives me a safe harbor away from Father when he's on one of his raging fits. Is he on one at the moment? One of the worst I've ever seen. He's fired the entire kitchen staff, dismissed the guard, thrown out all 5 of my maids. He's been that way since about dinner time last evening. I tried to ask him what had him so upset, but he would only tell me that he had received some very bad news from a messenger regarding a financial arrangement which he had made. Have any idea what the note said? Who knows? He's always on about conspiracy this, conspiracy that. It's like he's always afraid someone's about to find out some dire secret about the family when there's nothing to hide. It's getting terribly repetitive, really. There probably is something to hide and you don't know about it. So you have this frightful look on your face as if there's something you're afraid to speak to me about. What is it? Oh, news? Maybe the capital M murder? Let's start with news. So when is a suitor going to snatch you up? Are there any that are even in good standing? There are two, neither of whom father likes, but then again, he never likes anyone. I do. One is Myron, my father's solicitor, who runs just outside Cabell Keep with his daughter Ami. He does have a minor claim to nobility because his brother is an earl someplace, but father thinks his connections are too tenuous for us to consider. And what about the second suitor? He's a businessman from Kenting Rush named Navin de Sandow. I like him, though he can be a bit intense at times. We like to talk, and he's always asking me some point about mythology or another. Doesn't seem to mind a girl who reads. Unpleasant past. Your father says he doesn't like your suitor Navin because he keeps bringing up painful memories about the keep when he asks about the family legends. The death of your mother, the fire that burned the keep down, which is like a recent thing, I thought. It isn't fair to hold that against Navin. He is interested in our family and me, and so naturally he has questions about the keep. Wouldn't you be interested in the history of someone you wish to marry? Wouldn't you want to know them as well as you know your own family? It's not so much the death of my mother that bothers father, though. It's does Neville's death all those years ago. But father insists on clinging to a silly coincidence. Coincidence? What's a coincidence? Navin's last name is Dusandow. It's the same last name of the man who constructed father's wine cellar, the one that collapsed. Father's holding it against him that he happens to have the same last name. It's so ridiculous. We have new things to ask about. How about Neville? I don't remember much about how Neville died. It was such a long time ago. You couldn't have known much about it so far off in Tyburn. Mother and father were both in such grief they didn't want a spectacle made of his death. Neville was down in Cavil Run, sent down by father to get a keg of Quiggy and Sour from his wine cellar. We had guests that day. Cavil Run? You remember underneath the keep? All those tunnels that seemed to stretch for miles? We never did know for sure how extensive it was. I used to love to take walks down there in the dark just to think and have some time to myself. It's one of the things I miss most about the keep, not having the tunnels to play in anymore. When Neville didn't come back from getting the keg, father went down to the run after him. The wine was served and the appetizers in the first course. Still father hadn't come back. The second course was served, the third, and then finally father appeared. He told us the tunnel had collapsed and Neville was trapped behind it all. We were never able to dig it out enough to recover the body. The murder? Forgive us if we look a little ragged, but we're trying to find out about a murder that took place down in Romney. We've been searching for a little while. Do you think the murderer escaped to Cavil Keep? We're not sure. All we know at the moment is that it may have had something to do with a brass spyglass or a silver spider we found near the bodies. I don't suppose the spyglass had a star inscribed on it, did it? I can't recall. You fucking have it with you. Why? Would that be important? Important? For someone who's a part of the family, you certainly don't know much about the family lore. We used to have a spyglass that sat in a glass case in the entryway of the keep. There was a legend that if a person knew the right things to think, that they could use the spyglass to spy on the minds of others. It was in the family for generations, but it disappeared about the time that Neville was killed in the wine cellar all those years ago. Father accused the workman of having stolen it. And what things was the person to think to make the spyglass work? I don't know. Neville used to tease me and told me he knew what to think and that he could use it, but he never did. It was only a legend after all. Family legends? You said your father said Navin kept at you about the family legends. He was fascinated by anything that had to do with the Corvallis family. He would ask where the spyglass had come from and how long the keep had been standing and where the Garde of Revanche went to. We talked about everything. Oh yeah, sword? What does the Garde of Revanche have to do with our family history? I thought it was some kind of legends about the days when only the elves lived here. That part of the legend that everyone knows has to do with the elves. For a time, the Garde of Revanche was in our family's possession, or so family legend has it. Upon her 14th birthday, the Lady of Cavil Keep was given a special present by her elven servant to give her husband, Lord Corvallis, a sword that would make him great among men, whereupon she ran to his bedchamber to present him with the great gift, but upon opening the door, she was shaken by a great evil. Within her hand, the sword blade began to glow, and she screamed as he raised the blade over her head and cleaved her husband's head from off his shoulders. From there, she went from one child's chamber to the next until she had slain all her children by Lord Corvallis, and once that was done, she ran mad and was seen in Cavil no more. How charming. You don't have it laying about somewhere, do you? Be nice to me or I may give the sword to you. No, the legend goes on to say that it was eventually removed from the family after the episode was repeated by later generations of other branches of her family. A book I have about it tells where it went, but I lent the book to Navin so he could look it over. That's weird. I thought the Garde of Revanche was only supposed to work on Mordor. It's a legend. Nobody ever said that a legend has to be consistent. Welp. As I've been talking to you, we have to be on our way. Promise me you'll find someone to look after you soon. I would appreciate it if you stopped fretting about me as if I were a child, but I'll take the promise only so long as you make the same promise. Very well, you have my word as the Count of the Son of Tibern. The son of the Count of Tibern. Goodbye, Gwyn. Alright, we want to go... The thing has told me specifically, you should go back into Capital Keep at this point. And while we're here, I'm going to take a break. Actually, we're going to... Hang on. I should save, because it's what we do every time we take a break. What we're supposed to do every time we take a break. And I will... we'll turn around to the west, and we'll leave you on this music instead. So, sit tight, have a good break. I'll see you in a few minutes. And we are proper back. All right. The hair is everywhere. Holy Jesus. My hair has never been this long everywhere on my head for, like, ever. When I was a lot younger, I grew my hair out. Over the course of 2 years, I grew just the back of my hair. So I had the mullet going. And then when I was in university, I grew just the top of my hair very long because I was trying to, like... I was like, I wonder how tall I can make this, like, sit up. And it was very, like... it was very... David Lynch's Eraserhead long, but I never actually like styled it that way to sit straight up. And then I was like, I should go as Neki Basada from Macross 7 to cosplay in 1 year, and didn't do that. But I did go as I let it grow long enough that I did go as Blackjack, which was a lot of fun. Got some white hairspray dye, and then got like and then we tried to style it and played it in a way to it would kind of look a little bit more like whatever, but yeah, it didn't quite pull it off very well. Pulled it off well enough, I think. There are pictures out there somewhere. Did the makeup manga style where I was it like this? Was it like this? Did the makeup manga style where I did the you drew in the thing, and then rather than do it the anime style where they darken it, they make it quite dark across that. I used blue eyeshadow, just a lot of blue eyeshadow. I just basically painted in all the way around across my face, because that's how they represent that. Because that was a classic thing. It's somebody who had dark skin in manga. Whenever they were representing it with another with like in print, they would do it in blue. That was the style at the time, kind of thing. So, yeah. Blackjack's one of my favorite characters. He's like, he's like, out of the entire, like the whole star system Osamu Tezuka. Sorry, I don't know. I'm thinking of like three things at once at the same time here. I need to stop that. Out of all the Star System characters, like people love Astro Boy or they love Kimba the White Lion, and I like Kimba the White Lion too, and all that kind of stuff. But just something about Blackjack, I was like, oh, this guy's amazing. He's and all like just that whole thing kind of really appeals to me. His whole deal really appeals to me. So when they make him out to be like, you know, a dirty dastardly doctor, or whether they make him out to be like a noble saint kind of dude, it's always fun to see how he gets treated in different things. So let's go to the tavern. We're back at Play It Forward, doing the tavern thing. We're going to talk to Peter the Grey again. All right. Peter Grey hurried over. Back already? Fine enough with me. I like the company. What can Peter do for you? Let's talk about Neville Corvallis. Did Wit ever tell you how it was that Neville died? I was only 7 midsummers when it happened. It's an interesting way that they refer to themselves. How many... Oh, no. You hear the clicking? I think somebody's CD, when they got the capture from it, might have been missing a step or something. I should... somebody, I think, uploaded a fixed version of this, and I should maybe replace it. Or is the clicking actually due to the playback? Oh, whatever. That was a terrible, terrible day. I thought Hwyn would come apart then, but she had quite a bit of her mother in her. A lot of iron. They dug for 4 days, poor men. They never were able to recover the little tot's body from all the rubble. I still can't imagine what the Count must have been thinking. Uncle, what did he do? I mean, why did he hire that man Sandow to build a wine cellar for them in the first place? He had a bit of a reputation as a drunk as it was, and 3 times while he was building it, the Count discovered him so capped he couldn't even stand up straight to take his thrashing. The Count should have known the cellar would be unstable. I'm glad you guys aren't hearing the clicking then, so, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not being fair. Of course, none of us had a way of knowing. He wouldn't have purposely had the cellar built shoddy. Why waste his money? The Count wouldn't have. Let's talk about Navin. I hear that the Count isn't too thrilled with one of Gwyn's suitors, a fellow by the name of Navin de Sandow. Know anything about him? It's a pity he doesn't like the man. He's perfectly charming, handsome, mannered if you haven't crossed him, but zealous if he thinks you're doing something wrong to someone. He'd be just the cat's whiskers for Gwyn. Any idea where we could find him? He's a businessman, so it may be difficult to track him down. I think he lives in Kenting Rush, where we've met him. You might try asking in the taverns there. And that's it. We gotta bugger off. I believe we have done everything we can do in Cavil Keep at this point, which is funny because it's like if they give you a warning, do not leave and talk to Gwyn until after you talk to her father and ask him about Navin. If you talk to her first, you may not be able to find her again. Great. Now we go north towards Kenting Rush. There's that shop, and there's going to be some Nighthawks, which I believe we already got rumbled by. They're all there. I thought there were 5 bodies, but it says in the walkthrough there's only 4, so that's fine. So although Kenting Rush Village, oh, this is interesting. My mouse is not in the game at the moment. You can see that it is not actually the mouse cursor. I have it like right off screen doing other things, but I can still walk around because the arrows have been captured. So that's fun. All right, so until Kenting Rush is a place you've aimed at, please be aware there's quite an extensive area to the east you can explore. So there's there's the noise chest, which we need to find, which I think is just past here. We're going to need that because that has some stuff in it. Where is it? Aha, so there's a thing there, there's a thing there, and there's some things there. So let's have a look over here first. Something next to the road. It's a pit. It has 5 of those things in it. We have too many. Meanwhile, behind here, I think is the noise chests are behind here somewhere. Damn it. There they are. This is not it. Never resting, never still, moving silently hill to hill. Does not walk, run, or trot. All is cool where it does not. Sunshine. Let's just try to keep the amount of duplication down by a hair. Great. Don't need that ring. Why not? Put that on here. Sure. Nice. This game is from 1993, Walleye Guy. It is a DOS game. Any sort of PC DOS. Passed from father to son and shared between brothers is important as in question, though it is used more by others. Name? Nami? That oilcloth was rad as hell. And I think I will hold on to it because it apparently does big ass damage. All right, this is the noise chest. All our stuff is here. And our old stick. And Applejack. Let's see here. I mean, that's good. Elfheim, you can totally assume I'm using a PC from '93, but I am definitely just using. I just bought this off GOG. I have the. If you look at the first 15 minutes of Betrayal at Krondor Episode 1 on Play It Forward, you can find that on youtube.com/loadingreadylive. That's our VOD channel. You will see me talking at length about this game and the copies of it that I have in my house. So I did not bother to set it up in any other way. That's Narub's thing. We're going to hang on to that. Right. Whoever stole my pants may be eternally at the pod. GL Esquire of Havenwood. And of course, Havenwood is not a place we can go in this game, so we're not worried about that. And then this Cavill Keep notice, I'm not sure we can do anything with it or not at this point, so I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, I have 2 CD copies of Betrayal at Krondor. I have the original CD copy that came in the box, and I have the CD copy that was put in the back of hardcover versions of Krondor the Betrayal, the novelization of the video game. The floppy version is available through abandonware websites if you want to just go get it yourself. It was, in fact, that floppy version was released for free on Sierra's website when they were trying to promote Return to Krondor, which is funny because the 2 games are different, but that is how that is. What does he have for... You know, there's room in here, isn't there? Walleye Guy, is this my favorite DOS game? I don't know if it is my favorite. I mean, I do like it a lot. 2 oilcloths. Oh, they only have a stack of 3. Okay, they don't actually stack the way that I expected them to. I don't know about my favorite. Maybe it is. It's the one I think about the most. Like, it's this and the original XCOM. So, maybe it is. Maybe it is my favorite, and I've just never really thought about it before. So let's see here. Let's just continue this north-ish if I can. Can I? I mean, I'm heading east. Where are they? Aha. More boxes. It appears to be locked. What should we do? Try not to completely ruin ourselves. That's what we should do. Okay. Let's just turn on lockpicking for those 2, and we'll let Owen try. Oh, well, that was easy. There's another one. That one's going to open anyway. Nothing in there. His lockpick went up. Great. Nothing in there. Now, this is... That's a lot of chests. All right, guess I turned no clip on. Awesome. It did say in the guide that the eastern edge of the valley that I was just in is illusionary. Let's put down a save. But it also said there's a fight in here. What a neat idea! I wonder if... Okay, let's... I'm just curious. Oh, they can't leave. I guess we could probably blind the other dude too. 20 health and stamina. Unfortunate flux. I think that's the thing that James had done to him that really just screwed him up. He got hit with it twice and it just destroyed him. Ah, and I see that I am also, because I am striking the... let's see here. If I take a step forward... The little sprites that attack a whole bunch and did like 60 damage. Probably want to move this forward one. That's good. Owen just waits. Gorath walks this way. James hits this dude. Owen just waits. Gorath can't walk through the rest of the blaster because he can't. I don't think he can get around it. He cannot get around that blaster. So Gorath abides. James dips into his stash. Waits. Now he can actually hit a dude. Waits. He has poisoned that guy. Waits. I wish you could push these a little bit further, but I understand the reason why you couldn't, because you don't want to get accidentally screwed. And then Owen waits, and then Gorath can, I think, just leave. And you can just leave Owen behind. Be like, sorry, Owen. Oh, wow. Money. Let's see here. Chests. All of these chests. Ale casks. Lots of ale casks. These trolls were going to have a bender. They're all ale casks. Ah, more chests. I did see 5. And a ruby! Well, you know what? It does say in the walkthrough, 5 chests mostly contain Keshin Ale's casks, which are of no use to you in this chapter. Leave them alone. Yeah, you bet. I'll leave them alone. We need to get out of here. There was nothing else in this area. and we'll sleep. Now let's transfer... what are we looking at here? 14, 13, 14. Great. Did we uncover the table chest? I thought that we did. There's 2 chests over there. Or 2 of something anyway. All right. Nothing in the barn. Go west a hair. Turn around and come up this way. Why? There was something there, wasn't there? What am I missing? Just walk right over them, why don't I? It stands while others sit. It groans when it is too full. It has 4 legs but cannot run. Chair. Chair's really good. Well, I mean, a table does groan, right? The groaning table is a way they refer to stuff. So maybe it is table. It is table. Look at that. Oh my god. Do we have thoughts like clouds? Yes, we do. We don't need that. More Dalatail milk. Some of those. Ruby. Yeah. Let's take that ruby. And a medium crossbow? Medium crossbow! It stands while others sits. Okay, that didn't register properly. Let's go this way. There we go. That's the table one. Now I can click on the other one. Oh. What is with all the riches I'm encountering? I just want to run back to the noise chest and put them all in there instead. To be like, hey, here's a bunch of money and riches in this box. And a staff. Let's see, anything else along here? There's just so much stuff along the side of the road. Is that Kenting Rush, actually? That must be Kenting Rush. Cool. Well. Don't want to go straight south. We should probably just kind of work our way back to the road. Yep. Kenting Rush. I don't think there's anybody outside of town. That's the dude who gives us the lightning staff, which he's probably not going to do that again. Don't go back into some of these places. There's that lock. Doesn't matter, because we don't need to get in there. James sniffed the air. While for the better part of the last hour he'd been trying to piece together the details of the murder at the Black Sheep Tavern, something else had begun nagging at him, elusive as the names of all the mockers he's once known. It'd only been after a few minutes of consideration that he realized what it was that was distracting him. Do you smell anything odd? He asked Gorath. Struck by the oddity of smelling jasmine in the open, he could spot no natural flora that would account for the scent. But while searching, he thought he spotted someone moving down the road towards them.
What brings visitors from Krondor?
Ah. There is little here to give a vent enough to warrant visitors from the Bitter Sea, and if that weren't enough, it seems we have guests as well from Ilvandar. Welcome to Kenting Rush. This may sound a strange question, but a moment ago I thought I smelled spice. Jasmine, to be exact. Does it grow near here? You have a keen nose. Fortunately, it isn't local. I deal in spices as well as a number of other imported goods. I've just returned from a lengthy trip into Kesh. I'm afraid the scent clings a bit to the clothes. So, Asthanius asks, why do all these houses have second floors that are wider than the first floors? Hey, Matt rated. Hi, Matt. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for showing up. So, why do all these houses have second floors that are wider than the first floors? I believe that's actually a quirk of English architecture that when they built the foundation, you could only build it so big. But then it was like, if you're going to build a second part to your house, you could just extend over the edges by enough that it's like, because you have the, it's why you don't always see table legs at the very edges of the table. Sometimes they're moved back a bit, because it's like, you can actually have more over the corners. It extends a little bit on all sides. And if your property is only so big, and you can only build a certain amount on your property, but the upper level's larger, you can do that too. And I believe that is like a quirk of some European houses. Maybe just English houses, but it might also be like other houses where it's like you can actually build larger bits over the main floor. If anyone can find proof of the thing I just said, I'd appreciate that, because the most I can remember is like a half-remembered documentary way back in the day. I think that also had to do with property taxes, because it's like the size of the property you could build on and the size of your house, like the first floor of your house, was what determined how much property tax you would pay. So you build the smallest lower level you can, and you build your larger levels, your upper levels larger, because you're only paying tax on the first floor, which is another thing I thought is weird, because my parents used to tell me, when you're buying houses, and I have no idea if this is still true or not, but when you buy a house, generally only the floors above ground, a certain percentage above ground, are counted into the total calculation of square footage. If you have a basement, or if you have a split level, like a 3-level or a 4-level split level, spaces a certain amount below ground. I know, buying a house, right? It's a very boomer thing to do. Spaces below ground were not factored into your overall square footage, because it was not considered to be livable square footage, as SK Wren uses the term. It's a very it's a very weird thing, and I'm like, but we had like if I'm buying a house, I was like, I want to know how much total square footage there is, including in the basements, because that might be where my utility room and my laundry room is. That might be where I put like a workshop or a storage area. Like, I want to be able to know all the available usable space of the house. And it's like, yeah, but that's not how you calculate that. It's always done with what's ever like above. And I believe it's always above ground, but it might just be even a certain percentage above ground. Because I lived in a 4-level split when I was growing up, and the basement had a very high window, like eight foot ceilings, right? But it's like you had a very high window, and that was what there was. And then when you walk up the 7 stairs to the second half, or the next floor of the split level, it's half sunk into the ground. And then you walk up the next 7 stairs to get to the next part of the split level, the front part of the house, because it's a front back split. And that one was completely based on the ground. Rather, it only sat above the ground about like a foot or so. And then, of course, you go to the back level of the house, and it had to be like a foot or so above the ground, because it was sitting on top of the basement thing. It had to be like a foot and a half or whatever above the ground. So, So Rorik says, it's a very Canada thing where we assert that a finished basement is a natural thing for a house to have. Coming to Victoria, finished basements are not things that people have. You have crawl spaces and stuff down here, and it's really weird to find out that it's like, oh yeah, everyone like lives in the attic and that kind of thing. Even when I went to Grand Prairie, I was living in Grand Prairie for a while, there was I was shown a house where it's like, well, we have the attic up here and whatever, and I'm like, what about the basement? It's like, the basement's unfinished. I'm like, well, why? And we go down and you see it. It's like all cinder block, leaking a little bit, and it's like, and the washer dryer's down here, and the hot water and the heater, like central heat and everything. It's like, and that's it. And usually the basement would be a place to have a where the oil tank would be for the heater. Asthanius, I've always referred to it as a finished basement. I don't call it a finished basement. I call it a finished basement. So that might be just the way that other people are referring to it in different places. And yeah, now Svalantis, the water tables can be problems. You're right as well, is that depending on what the water table is like. We live on a giant-ass rock here, so people don't really tend to have basements on on Vancouver Island, unless you live further up the island where there is a lot of ground between you and the water. So it's like, oh well, you can actually dig into the rock and you can build a basement down there. It's very dependent. There's a out in Langford, there's Bear Mountain, and Bear Mountain has a lot of very big, very nice houses, and I think they have basements. Why? Because they're dug into the rock of the mountain. That they're literally, their basement is higher than the tops of a lot of other people's houses because of how high it is. So anyway, that was a lot. All right, Kesh. But you've only just come up the road. I've been spelling it for some while. I'm told the scent carries. There is a bit of a wind today, so as you're travelers in the area and dealing with the natives can be somewhat difficult, and sometimes be difficult. Is there any way I can be of assistance to you? See, yeah, doesn't recognize Owen, obviously. Let's talk about Count Corvallis. What reason would Count Corvallis have to dislike you, Navin? Perhaps he's an overprotective father. Who is to say? I'm frankly surprised he hasn't hired a band of Nighthawks to have me killed. I asked too many questions for his tastes. You think he has connections to the guilds of assassins? It's a well-known fact that he is surrounded by Nighthawks. They guards his house, his lands, Cavill Keep. When his daughter Wynne and I have time together, we are always followed by assassins, though they never wear their guild clothing while working for the Count. Why don't any of the local people do anything about it? Surely they object to having the Nighthawks loose in the area. I love the detail that they just grab a shot of where you're standing and be like, oh, there's a house in the background of the shot of where you're standing. They look the other way, so as long as none of them are being killed, it doesn't concern them. I'm sure that's even true in Krondor. Fair enough. By any chance, are you any relation to the Sandow who was the workman who built Count Corvallis' wine cellar? None, but unfortunately the Count refuses to believe me. I see conspiracy in his eyes every time I meet him, but I don't know how I can put him at ease about the accident. We would both be all the healthier if he didn't dwell on such an unfortunate coincidence. The accident. Do you know anything about the accident that killed Neville Corvallis? It was a peculiar accident if I understand the tavern keeper at the Duck's Head at Cavill Keep. Seems this Sandow fellow was something of a drunkard who had a reputation for building inferior structures. I found it hard to believe the Count would have entrusted the construction to such a man, but certainly he couldn't have meant for the wine cellar to collapse. You think the Count intended to have the wine cellar collapse? Intended to have the wine cellar collapse? For what purpose? For the Count suspected his son of something terrible, but the Count and I have enough bad blood between us. I don't wish to say anything else that may jeopardize my suit with Wynne. As the things I've related to you are rumor, I would appreciate if you didn't tell the Count we have spoken on this subject. Ooh, chess. Hang on, there's a note here about chess. Alright, cool. Chess. Ivan Skald at Malak's Cross tells us you are quite a chess player. High praise, he isn't too terrible at it himself. He told us you have a move called Sandow's Retreat. I'd be intrigued to learn it from you. I couldn't just give away a move like that. It's kept me undefeated for several years now. I'd be willing to pay you to learn how. You're after Ivan, aren't you? He won't know what's hit him until you have him. I recall he always bets an emerald, so I'll let you at least get something from the win. Say, 100 gold sovereigns. Deal? Yes. It'll be worth it just to see the look on his face. Proceed. Give me a moment to find a few appropriate stones. If you would sketch out a board in the dirt, I will show you the architecture of a grand humiliation. James grinned. As Navin played out his moves using an odd assortment of stones, it's apparent the play would be devastating if used against an aggressive opponent. Think you can remember all of that? Navin asked, brushing the dirt from his hands. Not a problem, James replied, dumping Navin's feet into the hastily created chessboard. I think Ivan is in for quite a surprise. And that's it. Good traveling to you then. If you ever need anything and are in Kenting Rush, be sure to come and see me. Okay, so we've talked to him. It's chess in the game of all about dumpstering the chess snob. I think it's more about, like, Ivan's really good, and so it's, it's a game, and you can learn to play a game, and so, why not show up and play against the guy that you know is the best so far? Let's keep walking then. Navin didn't give me anything to go on. At least nothing that interesting. Are we holding? We're holding a ruby. We might have to use that ruby to play against Ivan later. Those are bad circumstances, apparently. This is that Jewels, Keys, Rings, where they sell jewels, keys, rings. So I could sell these here, or I could at least sell this one here. And probably that... I can get rid of that brooch, probably. Sure. Maybe that ruby? Sure, let's get rid of the ruby. Sure. We're rich. Let's hold on to the emerald, though. Being able to use that at some point sounds like a great idea. It's just a buy-sell. I don't think there's anything else we're holding, actually, that I want to get rid of. Or that he'll even take it. And I think we have too many spy notes on us. Alright. Yeah, it's fine. Great. It is nearly time for these guys to take a sleep. Not me, though. Excellent. Right. It is too late. It's morning. I like that this is such a big town. Like, there's so many places to click. It's fun. Oh, there's also the tavern that I haven't been to yet. There's this tavern. Let's just wait. Maybe it'll open up. Candlemaker's Grin. Bard. 108 sovereigns. Barmaid. 13, 12, 13. I think we're fine. Innkeeper. No, we're not going to do that. Are we? Yes, maybe we are? No, because I need to be able to get back in here. Let's see. She's trying to sell cracked. She sells seashells. And yeah, at the Candlemaker's Grin. Talk to the gambler. Anybody else? Lady, what do you want? Maybe we could talk. Nope. That's it. If I'm not here for rations or to inn, then I am wasting my time. Let's just stay here for the night. Good enough. Da, da, da. At the end of this road is some houses. And then there's that house, which has all the dudes I was fighting earlier. Oh. Barn. Don't need those. Let's put a bookmark down and see what happens. Yeah, it's just going to be more of those dudes. All right, so the two ways I can do this is I can either go all the way back to Cavil Run, or I can go talk to the Kahuli priest. And to save us some time, it's funny because the walkthrough is like, the Abbot's Journal is more interesting. And I'm like, is it? I mean, I guess if you say so, it's more interesting. All right, we can teleport here. That's fine. Let's talk. They were escorted to the lector's chambers. Seated behind a large mahogany desk was a man of middle years, the hair graying at his temples, sweeping back from a wide tanned forehead. Without standing, he motioned for them to take seats. I have very little time this morning, the lector said. Please make whatever request you have as direct as possible. That suits me fine. We're looking for a band of murderers, James said. They killed a squad of men sent from Bastira on the first advisor's orders to investigate the possible activities of Nighthawks in Romney. The idea occurred to me that while we were standing in the meditation chambers, the Temple of Kahuli might know something of it. I'm listening, he replied gravely. When I was studying under Father Timothy in the Temple of Astalon and Krondor, James said, I learned quite a bit about the various temples and their gods. As I recall, Kahuli is the god of revenge. Justice, the lector snapped, not revenge. If one is innocent, he has nothing to fear from the howler after fugitives. If one has violated the wise strictures of our gods and eluded punishment, however, we are the hounds that bay at his heels. There's no place one can run to that we cannot sniff them out. There is no place one can run to that we cannot sniff them out. James nodded. A well-known fact, but it is also well known that the Temple of Kahuli hires assassins on occasion to do the sniffing. If you imply that we hired the Guild of Assassins to kill the men in Bastira, it is not so. We have had no dealing with the Hawks of the Night for several months. It may well be that we have common cause at the moment. The priest stopped for a moment as if considering something, then continued slowly. They have become churlish. They no longer follow the codes of piety which we lay out for the behavior of our faithful, and they have not paid a tithe in a great deal of time. We wish to separate them from our ranks, but no protectors of the faith will challenge them. James leaned across the desk. I want the Nighthawks, lector. Tell me the name of the man who leads them and where he may be found, and we both can profit from an end to them. The lector laughed a dark, rumbling laugh that had nothing of humor in it. I wish that it were that easy. Kahuli, how I wish. But when the Nighthawks swore their oath to Temple, they required of us a holy oath to Kahuli himself, that their identities could never be revealed to any that were not the Temple itself. You would have to be at least protector of the faith before I could even think of giving you the name of whomever you seek. I see, James sat back in his chair, his eyes full of brooding. How would we become protectors? You would have to study with the prelate, who lives nearby, and learn the codes of piety, the lector said, a clever smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Though I will warn you, his house is well protected. There are many who do perceive us as the dispensers of revenge and attempt to save themselves peremptorily. I will say this, if you can come to the temple and have performed even one of the acts of piety the lector teaches you, I think I can see to it that you are made protectors of the faith. And you will tell us where to find these Nighthawks, James asked. The priest smiled. Most certainly. I would have liked the thing being like, it's like, you'll tell us where the Nighthawks are located, and the answer being like, there are no secrets to fellow members of the church, like that kind of thing, that kind of like, I'm not going to say one way or the other, but you know what I mean, but yeah. Right, so I believe we have Kahuli's teleportation thing. We'll just look at it anyway. There we are. It is a very long way to a lot of different places. Apparently Killian's the longest way to go, which is weird because I would assume it would be as the crow flies, but whatever. Shape of the world. So, Prelate's house. The guy who is constantly attacking us. There were armed guards in front of the house. We are on official business, called James. Placing a hand on his weapon, one of the guards shot back. On whose authority? On authority of the Prince of Krondor, James said matter-of-factly, and we were sent by the priests of the Temple of Kahuli. Apparently satisfied with the answer, because you can just say shit, the guards moved aside and let them pass. Hi, boys. Never get this close to the enemies normally, right? Like, not bad. All right. There were strange markings on the door. James studied these symbols with a questioning eye, then knocked loudly. The man who came to the door introduced himself as prelate of the Temple of Kahuli. I'm not well liked by the plain ones, he said. They do not understand the supreme justice of my actions. Those who break the rule of law must suffer the divine consequences of their behavior. The prelate went on to tell them of his experiences while trying to become prelate and of the codes of piety so strictly enforced by the local temple. Nodding politely, James asked, what can you tell us of these codes? Recognizing their interest, he countered the question with his own. If you would care to make a donation to the temple, say 50 sovereigns, I think I could be persuaded to reveal them to you. Will you pay? We know what they are, but we're going to just give the money anyway. James handed the prelate 50 gold sovereigns. The Temple of Kahuli thanks you, he said. Now please follow me and I shall teach you of our codes of piety. The prelate led them into a small room. He stood behind a makeshift altar and spoke, sometimes ranted about the great god Kahuli, warrior god of vengeance, unraveler of mysteries into truth. They listened without much interest until last he began to speak of the pious codes. Subjugation of the will, he began. None shall be considered a true follower of Kahuli without first renouncing all ties to king and country. James glanced about the room nervously as the prelate continued. Mortification of the flesh. None shall be allowed entry to the temple of Kahuli until they have cleansed themselves of all appetites of the flesh to purify themselves for the intervention of Kahuli's will. And finally, subordination of service. None shall do service to Kahuli without first proving their loyalty by passing the water curtain and praying to Kahuli for one full cycle of the seasons. He continued his sermon for nearly an hour, but revealed little of interest. At last he was finished, and they were allowed to leave. And we left. And we could click those dudes maybe, but see the point. Not going to stand here and have endless fights. Slam down a bookmark. Come back, talk. The lector agreed to see them. Sipping from a steaming cup of tea, he looked critically across the desk at them. The men looking for the Nighthawks, he said, I'm glad to see you. The men looking for the Nighthawks, he said, I'm glad to see you once again, but as yet you cannot be inducted as protectors of the faith. The lector said, you must perform one of the acts of piety. There's simply no way I can help you. The laws of our Templar are very specific and binding. Which act would be best, James asked, at a loss to know what to do. The lector shook his head. It is not a question of best or easiest. These things vary from person to person. The many may find that one or another option simply may not be open to them through conflicting oaths or practicality. Again, I send to you, go and visit the prelate. He's the only man that will be of any use to you in this. He lives very close by. And we're done. So, the method by which to do this is mortification of the flesh. Which is, put all your rations in a bag, so you have no way to eat. We look normal, everything's fine. And then, wake up the next morning. James' stomach rumbled. Checking the bag for a packet of rations, he was dismayed as he learned he wasn't the only one who had run low on supplies. We need to get food as soon as possible. We can't get anywhere if we're too weak to walk. Now, I think if I pick these up, are we back to normal that fast? Really? Damn it. All right. So we need to starve. James stumbled. Cursing oaths that seemed far from appropriate within the hallowed temple walls, he followed the priest robed in light gray. Behind him, I see. When you're hungry, when you give a character rations, they eat one immediately. Neat. Thank you. Pixel Art Dragon. Cursing oaths that seem far from appropriate. Let's just start from the top. James stumbled. Cursing oaths that seemed far from appropriate within the hallowed temple walls. He followed the priest robed in light gray. Behind him, Owen and Gorath seemed similarly pained, but all made it well enough to the lector's study. Pushing their way into the oak-paneled room, they took their seats and waited. In a few moments, the lector arrived, arrayed in his dark robes of office. Looking at all their faces, he nodded with a certain grim satisfaction. You have chosen the mortification of the flesh, he said, an admirable act of piety. It is enough. James nodded. Good, then tell me about the Guild of Assassins. In a moment, stepping back to the door, he whispered to the priest who waited outside. Footsteps hurried off into the distance. Hasten will bring rations for you. You will be of little use against Navin and his band without your strengths. James sat forward in his chair. Navin who? Navin du Sandow, the lector said, emphasizing each syllable. I guess Navin du Sandow. He lives here in Kenting Rush, poses as a traveling merchant. That gives him the excuse he needs to cover the strange visitors he has from time to time. He leads the Nighthawks, but the time has come for the end of the Guild of Assassins. Agreed, James said, wobbling to his feet. We appreciate your help. Wait, the lector leveled a stare at them. As Kahuli has come to your aid, as protectors of the faith, you must now aid us. It is your responsibility now to slay him. His is excommunicate of the Temple of Kahuli. His life is forfeit. You didn't mention this in the bargain before, James said. Shall we be expecting other demands of you later? The priest shook his head. Only this. You may do as you please thereafter, though I would warn you always to tread carefully from this day forth when dealing with Kahuli. You are now, in our eyes, the arm of the tireless pursuer. I could go for a Snickers. Anyone steal our... Yep, everyone, all of our rations were stolen, but that's fine because we have way too many now. Let us lock down a bookmark. So the other method means having to go find the Abbot's Journal, and the Abbot's Journal is under Cavil Run. Now, we could go there because we have the Knight's Piece, and we could explore Cavil Run, but we have to go to Cavil Run to finish the chapter anyway, so if we went there just to do part of this thing, and we could still probably do it, that's one thing. We need to find the Abbot's Journal anyway. But we need to find and read it, actually. But apparently, because that's also how we find out more information about the Garde Revanche. But because we have to go to Cavil Run as it is, I figured we'd just go down like right now, so... Or we'd rather go finish this thing with Navin and then move on from there. So let us... actually, it's 10:12. Let's put an actual save down. That was probably a better idea. Cool. I wish I had better music to leave you on, so we're just going to leave you on this music. Do have a break. For I will be having a break as well. It'll be about 5 minutes long, I think. I might even go eat a little food because there's a little food waiting for me and I'm going to have it. So you take a break, I'll take a break. See you in 3 minutes. Back at it again at the Krispy Kreme. We did put a save down. Let's take several steps towards Navin. In fact, what we might do, every reason to believe this is going to turn into a Donnybrook. Might as well make short work of it. You can have that. You can have that. And I think I need to give you one of these. Let's see here. Oh, that sounds great. Excellent start. All of these things will be very important. Let's turn those on. Turn off the lockpicking. All right. One place I didn't go would be the other tavern yet, but that's fine. All right. Someone called to them. Though the sun was in James's eyes, he was fairly certain the man approaching them was Navin de Sandow, a merchant they had met in Kenting Rush before.
What brings visitors from Krondor?
I'd not expected to see you three again for quite some time. How can Navin de Sandow be of assistance to you? Oh yeah, rare shot of the back of my head. So what I'm doing is I'm grabbing all my hair. I'm just parting it in the back, tossing it forward over my ears, and then putting the headphones on so that the hair gathers up like this. So it's cheating a bit, but I certainly don't mind. Just change back to that. Let's talk about... It says asking about Kahuli, so we'll do that first. I'm not familiar with the worshippers of Kahuli. Generally speaking, Bannath and Astalon are more popular with the people in Krondor. It's difficult to publicly worship a god dedicated to revenge, almost as hard to worship. I imagine as the god of death. Yeah. People naturally assume when you begin pilgrimage on a regular basis that you have a score you wish to settle, which more often than not is true. They blind themselves to the fact that while Kahuli is sometimes called the pursuer, he's also known as the judge of truth. When you can't get justice anywhere else, people turn to Kahuli. And who do you wish to avenge? Well, myself, naturally. It's been some time since I've been to the temple, however. My problem pretty much solved itself, and then I didn't need divine intervention anymore, and so it's easier to stay away than to pay the tithe. Do you remember any of their codes of piety? The priest mentioned them, and I was curious what they were. Tried to forget them. I only remember the first one, and it had something to do with subjugation of the will, if I remember correctly. When you join the temple, you have to renounce all ties to king and kingdom. That's why you'll find that there aren't any nobility in the temple. Of course, when you can command a private army, why bother? This feels weird, like we both know Like, it's super, super weird that we're both just like, oh, who'd you come to revenge? And it's like, oh yeah, and all the things he's saying just really feel like we know you're the leader of the Nighthawks. So, on behalf of the Temple Cooley, I inform you that you are now excommunicate. They have formally renounced. This is like John Wick 3. Yes, that's the one I watched most recently. They formally have renounced their ties to the Guild of Assassins and will announce the identities of all who belong to it. The Nighthawks are finished, Navin. Despite their request, I murder you. I will let you live if you tell me another chess move, where I can find the mortal communiques concerning the attack. A lie, Senor, and you know it. You'll have my guts for killing those men in Romney, whether I tell you or not. Since you first arrived looking for the Nighthawks, I've been watching you. For years, I've heard tales about Jimmy the Hand from the men who survived your Nighthawk purges in Krondor. They told very impressive tales about you. Now it's time to see if you can match a true Nighthawk in combat. I mean, I've killed dozens of your dudes now. Jesus. Navin ripped off his tunic. Beneath, he wore the familiar uniform of the Guild of Death, a golden hawk emblazoned on a black gambeson. Ordinarily, I do not dress so heavily, he said with a grin, withdrawing his weapon, but you interrupted some business I was planning to take care of. If you'll tell us what it is, I would dearly love to be able to just go take care of it for you. It's not going to do what I want. All right. Well, we're going to close in on you then. And meanwhile, I guess I could have pulled him forward, but whatever. That did not work. Gorath could maybe hit him with that. Almost certainly hit him with those. Yeah, that's pretty good. Well, 81% accuracy, 136 damage. Let's see how we do. Whew! We could flux him. That sounds like fun. Christ. Ugh. Well, everyone got a hit in. What's he been carrying? Oh, yeah. Well, now. Okay. Cellar key. Gorath yelped as the tin key's serrated edge dug into the fleshy part of his palm. Angered, he held the key up for closer inspection. Ow, this thing cut me. Better get it nearer to my eyes. Evidently, the key had been fashioned in a hurry, its edges left jagged, and its face decorated only with a small wave-shaped sigil. Whoever made the key had not intended it for use on a daily basis. Now that knows the taste of human blood. So that's our key now. Silverthorn is nice, but we have a spider that does the same thing. Spider uppercut. So these will do 30 plus crossbow, and then 20 plus crossbow skill. Enchanted Quarrels rule. And we have a diamond. And we can repair this blessed armor, perhaps. Let's see here. Well, first let's repair his greatsword, because why not? That's just us. That's just a polite thing to do. Spider, gonna go. Yeah, right on shooting star. What do I have too much of? Gotta be this. It's actually rations is what I have too much of. Whatever. Oh. He thought to drink more of the liquid, but his head was still swimming with the effects of the previous dose, and it occurred to him that a second drink might do him more harm than good. Well, that's fine then. Let's put one of these notes on him, so we can grab the armor. Nice. Now this has number 2 resistance, which did not help him. And we have that. Let's read it. Nope. Navin, I'm concerned by Count Corvallis' increasing patrols in the area, and I think he will soon discover the entrance behind the waterfall. I know I don't credit him with much intelligence, but his patrol may accidentally follow one of Delacon's envoys. Please return south of Caval Keep as soon as possible. Got a ton of spy notes. So many rations that I don't really need to have. Crawlers thing. Narub's thing. Nope. 5 and 1 and 11. Okay, so let's just do this. We'll try to consolidate some stuff here, save some room if we can. That's repairable, but the quarrels are, so let's see. These are 30 and 20. These are 25 and 10, so they're worse. These are 15 and 10. So what we need is lots of these. Don't even know why we're carrying torches. Okay. Is there anything else that goes on the... Good. Okay, we found the limit. That's good. Put that one on there. Put this on there. Excellent. So many of these that he doesn't need. We found him with a dozen arrows in his body. Archer assassins? Nah, someone was using him as a loot dump. There's what sucks is all of this stuff that he has. I'm staring at it and being like, oh, it's such good gear. It's our gear. We have better gear, but I'm like, it's such good gear, and so I need to remove it from his body, and I need to sell it to places to make a bunch of money. We have 8,000 sovereigns. I don't need to do anything. But here we are. I can just leave this on the body. Why not? You know, it'd be fun, actually. I was just saying how it's like, oh, well, it sucks that with, we have too many spy notes. And I'm just kind of like, man, I should just really, just dump a spy note onto his body. And then it will act as a forever thing. Just live in the village. I mean, it won't, but that would be really funny. I think we're good. Anything else I want to dump? Because I figure I don't need to have this on me. We can use this immediately. Why not? What else do I want to get rid of? Probably fine. Turn on Gorath's Armorcraft. Might as well see if that helps him go up. Cool. Did not help him go up, but that's okay. And let's just turn back on everybody else's things. So he went up to 87. He did not go up at all. We're fine. Yeah, we don't even need to sell things. And then we just go to the inn. Or what was an inn once. Let's go to the other inn. We can't. Dagger and Star. Bard. 71 sovereigns. Talk. Just wants to enjoy his ale. Talk. Just wants to enjoy his ale. Barkeep. I don't need anything from you for like at least 2 weeks. Nothing going on there. Talk, talk, talk. Barkeep, bard. Yeah, can't do anything with that. Familiar face met at the door. Good to see you again. Sir is afraid of having the time to talk, but I'm glad to fill your water pouches since someone's been tampering with the local well and all. They thanked her for her generosity and left. And then there's this guy who thought it was really funny because he's like, oh, the guy at the tavern's playing a great prank on me. Nope, that did not come to pass, apparently. Okay, so we've now killed Navandu Sandow. You know how it is. Um, I guess the other method is that because if you pick up the Abbot's Journal and you talk to Navin, you can ask him about the sword, um, and then that lets you fight him there. So it's like, okay, cool. So whatever I missed in that piece, it's what I missed in that piece. But I don't think we needed to ask him about it. We just need to read the Abbot's Journal to learn about the Garde Revanche. Just motor on through to Cavil Keep. Etc. Whatever's. Some dead bodies on the ground. Here's Cavil Keep. Okay. I don't think I need to go to Cavil Keep for any reason, and I don't think... Why do we have 2 Glacier Seals? I have never needed 2 Glacier Seals at all. And now I'm just throwing one out because I'll just leave it on the side of the road because that's definitely not going to be a problem for security at all. Whatever. 19 and 5. Let's just put 1 in there. We have some jewels, which I guess I could go backwards and sell. Actually, we could go back to Kenting Rush. I guess I could just sell the damn jewels. Wait, no, doesn't Prankstone give you a better deal on jewels? I think they do. F it. Wait, was that was an inn back here, wasn't it? It was. Yeah, just stay. I like that you get up a little later in the morning. Yeah, you know what? I'll stay for another night. I have so many rations to burn. Let's see here. I think we're here now. A hiss. We definitely resolved the guild war, yeah. All we had to do is talk to Arlie, and the only way to like, we went through that little trap. We knocked on his door. He's like, they're having a fight again. I'll go off to Romney and settle it. And then we went back to Romney and discovered that everything was back to normal. And it's like, great, that's cool. Well, it's not really back to normal, but it's like, it's good enough. Was there something hidden under the rock? Definitely things that would help in some cases. I don't particularly see the need. I guess I could give Owen the... We're going to get to a point where having weed walkers on us is kind of unnecessary, but that's fine. How many of these notes do I need to keep? Like, I don't think I need that Cavil Keep note anymore. I can't put it in there anyway. Well, whatever. This is the one that tells us about the entrance behind the waterfall. Don't really need that one either. Wait, hang on. Do we have... How much rope do we have? Because I have a feeling that... Okay, 20 rope is enough. Gotta be enough. Enter. Water cascaded over them. Sloshing through the thundering curtain of water, they flung themselves down on a wet stone slab which lay behind the waterfall. Wet strands of hair dangling before their eyes, they looked around their new surroundings. A door was set into the face of the rock, and on either side an empty iron brazier was bolted to the door's frame. To the right side there was a small darkened niche. I don't say niche. I say niche. Because if it was niche, it would be Nitch. Hello, Raiders. Nice to have you show up. We are playing Betrayal at Krondor, a hit game from 1993 that not enough people remember. James stood to take a closer look at the mysterious hole, discovering there a chessboard. Looks like someone was getting ready to play a match, but they were missing a piece. Cora smiled. If it doesn't occur to you, you're as thick as a stump. James nodded, collecting the knight's piece they had acquired from the well-incanting rush, setting it in its missing place. He grinned with satisfaction as the door swung open. If that is an invitation, I've never seen one, James said. Shall we? Yes! James led the way, so they were deep inside the whatever. For this, we are going to use our Ring of Brandir. Because great big... The creatures howled. We're about to die. And we'll do the same thing. We'll do this to this one, because it's already engaged. Gorath picks this one up. Nice. Jesus. I wonder now, Clerical Oilcloth seems to be really, really good. No, he can wait, I think. Can you please just kill that thing? So I was talking about this the other day. One of the things that frustrates me about combat in... I like that you get 4 spiders off the front, because like if you figure this out early in the game and you're not ready for it and you walk in here, it's like, there's 4 spiders to fight. It's like, maybe I'm not actually ready to fight here like I expected I would be. Want some restoratives? Or maybe just some rations. Do we need rations, folks? I don't think we do. Unless we're planning to be down here for a month. Anyway, one of the things that frustrates me about how they've structured the combat in this game, and it is 1993, so here we are, is that you don't have a... whenever I miss, it's a bad feel. And that's fair, right? It's like, oh, well, that sucks that you've missed. I'm like, yes, it does suck. It's a bad feel to miss. And given that my guys are supposed to be able to, like, hit things and do stuff... I want them to be able to do better than they're doing. Like, I want to feel like, oh no, they're good. Like, whenever I hear like the clink, even if I did like 0 damage, it's like, oh, I heard the clink. I know that I've done the right thing, that I hit somebody. And so whenever I don't hear the clink, whenever it's like a whoosh, I'm like, why didn't I even do damage? And it's like, on a miss, what I would rather have happen is... let's just double check everybody's really well juiced here. Looks like it. What I would rather have happen is, instead of it saying miss all the time, I want it to be like the other guy goes dodge. Or I want there to be a hit, but to register like a 0 hit, or like glance or something, right? And yeah, Sir Morak says, glancing blows, parried attacks feel way better than miss, because you feel like it wasn't just that you effed up and missed a guy, and those should happen every so often, but it should be like, you should be able to hit, and if I hit and do 0 damage, that gives me the wrong impression too, but at least it's something, because 0 damage tells me this guy might be too strong for me to actually hit. Miss just means I suck at my job. I want to know that something else has gone on here. Unusual start. Okay, what we don't know yet is how well a powder bag works against a Black Slayer. The answer is it works pretty well. I guess I have to bring him around. Yeah, June Blue says it's like combat in D&D. When you miss, it doesn't advance anything that's going on. If you fail, something needs to happen. And that can be just as simple as, you know, the consequences of you having missed or, you know, something else going on. But all right. A shimmering field that reaches far, yet it has no tracks and is crossed without paths. CCASE. Okay, let's see what we got here. Shimmering field that reaches far, yet has no tracks. It's crossed without paths. C-O. Maybe ocean? Got there. Don't need that. God, don't need a lot of these things. 2 of those. Who's not doing well at the moment? Oh. Oh, we'll just give those to Owen then. And take a ruby. Why not? Who cares? Who gives a shit? We gotta find that Black Slayer so we can repair all of his outfits. There we go. Oh. Oh. One too many of a something. It was that. I forget how long the effect lasts. I thought it was like an hour or 2 when you drink the stuff. So if we run into more guys, at least we know we're juiced enough to deal with other guys. And good. 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 Bloop that. Does a whole bunch of damage. Can we bloop anything else with anything else? No. So we have choices from here. We can go west, or we can go north. No pits yet. Oh, Jesus, look at all these. Ugh. This feels like a storage area. You tie these things before you go and untie them after you stop. Boots? Is it just shoes again? God. Just more things. We're gonna get out of here with a ton of jewels, I just know it. I guess this wasn't north, I guess this was south. Well, let's go this way. Who knows why? Okay, we'll go this way. Fuck. Everybody, freeze. $55 damage. Nice. Wait, did I put there? I didn't. What's over here? Nothing. Nice. Hit. Ah. Sure. Figured we get there. At least doors don't seem to be trapped. Does this actually go anywhere? It does not. The sparkling globe could float on water and weighs not more than a feather, yet despite its weight, 10 giants could never pick it up. This sparkling globe can float on water and weighs not more than a feather, yet despite its weight, 10 giants could never pick it up. Oh. That's cute, guys. Bubble it is. Buble. Anything else in this room? Oh, another chest. 10 trolls strength, 10 trolls length. 1 troll can pick it up, no troll can stand it up. Egg? Meth. 10 trolls strength, 10 trolls length. 1 troll can pick it up, no troll can stand it up. Oh, rope. Well now. A translation of an ancient account of the travels of an abbot from Malak's Cross. I think we found the abbot's journal. The book was filled with stories and notes and mythology. Apparently the abbot had been looking for proof of the existence of a sword known as the Garda Revanche, a cursed blade, which was often associated with the Moradul. Shortly before the end of the journal, he related a curious tale. And so came I unto the Abbey of Killian, which stood unto the western fringe of the forest of the Eladel, so named Elvandar. And there was shown a fairy chest upon whose face were the ruins which are common unto the elven and mortal kin. A certain father then did turn the strange cylinders which were on the face of the chest, forming a word unfamiliar to me, Glamredhel, but one which threw open the latches which bound close the lid of the box. From within he brought a finely jeweled hilt, which he called the Gaida. This father then told me it had come from a ruin of an ancient place, and since there was much misfortune come unto their abbey, and they willed it should be returned there for its eternal rest. He also did tell me other things strange and wondrous of the legend, saying a spell had been bound into a shell that would repair the blade, which had long been broke away, describing this shell as one marked with an uneven surface of 10 misformed lumps. Kermit is probably more like this. So let's see. He did tell me other things, saying a spell had been bound to the shell, into a shell, it would repair the blade, which into a shell, so you need a shell. The shell has one marked with an uneven surface of 10 misformed lumps. So if you can find the hilt, you would need the blade, but you need to have the shell, the misformed shell. And probably not just any shell, so... Its spine, a patchwork of cracked hide and shiny leather, new pages sandwiched between ancient sheaves of parchment. The book had been repaired numerous times during its long history. Now, do I need to keep the journal, I wonder? We need rest. Yes, we do. Well, we're in a room. Wow, we've been at it for a while. What's on this side? Oh, there's a guy in this room and I didn't even see him. It's like, pardon me, dude. I'm just gonna have something to drink. All right, we good? A nighthawk awaited them, reaching inside the black folds of his tunic. He drew out something that gleamed in the gloom, but rather than lunging forward, he snaked his hand to his mouth and bit down, acting before James could realize what he was doing. He's just swallowed poison, James said, holding Gorath back. Just as well, saved us the trouble of killing him. Crouching down to study the quavering face of the nighthawk, a look of disgust twisted his feature. Fortunately, we already found Navin and his key. I imagine it unlocks the door just over there. Oh, yeah? So before he gets back up as a Black Slayer, we should repair all the shit. It's like, you've been down here all this time, dude, and you didn't think that maybe you should keep your gear in better repair? Is it because you've been fighting the spiders? Are you on the side of the spiders? I don't know. Who needs... I'm gonna say... Oh, let's say James. You know, it's actually true, Gillinox. Why not just take his stuff and then just be like, put it on the ground. Put it in this chest. Will it hold it? Oh, it will. When he gets up, he'll be dead and not really understand where his stuff went. He'll not know where to go looking for it. Well, it is supposed to be from this key. Now let's take a look at what's beyond that door, James said. A box. A long box. The engulfing thing is strange indeed. The greater it grows, the less you see. This engulfing thing is strange indeed. The greater it grows, the less darkness. I was on E already. We just finished the chapter. I didn't realize that. Spider scurried out of the open chest. Careful to avoid the miniature albino menaces, James snatched a fresh-looking scroll out of the box and rolled it on the floor. As his dark eyes darted across the page, his lips moved in an incantation of places, names, figures, and dates. North Warden, James whispered. The attack will come at North Warden very soon, but this is all wrong. What is it? Gorath asked, also bending to see the page. These figures. If Delicon takes a force this small to North Warden, he hasn't a hope of making the castle. Far too few soldiers. Baron Gabot will maul him unless Delicon can bring something serious to bear. What could the mortal have? Maybe the Nighthawks have infiltrated the castle, Owen said. Why else would they be so helpful to the mortal unless their own necks were on the line too? Paling, James suddenly snatched an inkhorn from his pack and began to scribble an addendum to the Nighthawk note. It is very important that this note reach Arutha. Although you were not told this, he was stationed an army outside of the Dimwood to await my word about the attack, James said, finishing his note. Fixing his gaze on Gorath, he handed it firmly over. I want you to make sure that it gets there. I'm going to have to trust you. Owen gaped, but what about... I've got to go to North Warden. If there are Nighthawks in Baron Gabot's castle, we stand a good chance of losing it in an attack. I have to ensure that doesn't happen. Remember, Arutha is outside the Dimwood Forest near Sethanon. When you gave him the note, tell him there's a party at Mother's. What? Owen sputtered. Just do it. I haven't got time to explain. Good luck, the both of you. In a moment... The seigneur was gone, his shadows chasing after him down the long, dark tunnel. An hour later, Owen yawned expansively, his vision growing dim with each step taken further down the road. Next to him, Gorath trudged without complaint, his eyes fixed on the dusty cow track. I guess we're done in Caval Run. Enough, Owen murmured. I think my legs are going to crumble. We can't reach Arutha tonight. Let's stop for a while. Quiet, Gorath snapped, seizing Owen by the arm. Beneath his hood, his feral eyes glowed like blood-tinged emeralds. Someone's near. Abruptly, patches of darkness detached themselves from the woods, ambled into the pale moonlight, huddled onto the roadbed. In the shadows, arrow points gleamed, aligned in deadly sights, quivered. Oh, it's Narab. As much as I would enjoy delivering your carcass to Delicon, I will reserve the pleasure of your execution for him. Do not move, Gorath. You are completely surrounded. That's chapter 3. So we are definitely done in chapter 3. We move on to chapter 4, and going back to Caval Run, I'm sure is possible, but because there's a whole other area we didn't explore, and there might be like, it says, a trip through the northern passages of Caval Run should be interesting, although perhaps not very rewarding. So the route we took accidentally was the fastest route. The war drums had begun at dawn. Stalking quietly the corridors of the ancient fortress, Narab carried a witchlight to illumine his way. Illumine his way? As he approached the doors of the great hall, 2 mortal guards dressed in full battle regalia stood away. They made no sound as he whisked past nor blinked at the sight of him. Greetings, Narab, a cold voice called from the throne. It has long been since I have seen your face in Sarsagrath. Have you grown bolder or more the fool? Narab knelt at the base of the throne and kissed Delicon's foot. That is for you to decide. If my words are not to your liking, then my life is yours. It is already mine. Delicon's wolfish eyes blazed in the darkness. Speak, he commanded. I've just returned from a journey into the kingdom. I bring a prize. I have no interest in valueless baubles. This is no bauble, Narab said, cutting off Delicon, and I think you will find it is of great value. And would it have name, this thing? Yes, my lord. Its name is Gorath, Narab sneered pridefully as he awaited his leader's praise. Awaited the words that would restore his place in mortal favor and rescind the order of death on his head. Perhaps he would even have a place away among the new lords. Delicon lunged from his throne, his razor-edged gauntlet tilling a bloody seam across Narab's face as he lashed him backwards. You've wrecked everything, you dog, Delicon bellowed. But I've brought back the enemy of the Northlands, Narab sputtered, blood dripping from his torn lips. With Gorath captive, we can proceed with our... You know nothing! Narab retreated, suddenly aware that his efforts were wasted, that his oath of loyalty meant nothing to his hateful lord. Resolutely, he stifled a flash of pain as the mortal leader thundered towards the door. And what of my life? Narab whispered. Halting, Delicon turned and hissed, It is forfeit. Owen didn't want to be awake. Perhaps it was the drugs they had given him or the endless walking that he had done in the past month and a half. All he could think about was sleeping now, that restful non-existence that interrupted the beatings and the hauling and the exhaustion. He just wanted to sleep, but that irritating jangle wouldn't let him. Where was it coming from? Gorath, Owen asked, are you there? Suddenly the jangle rattled louder, this time accompanied by a loud creak and a flood of torchlight as bright as the sun. Out of that glowing corona lumbered the largest mortal he had yet seen. Ah, it's Delicon. I see my assistants have been overzealous in their efforts to sedate you. It is proper to tremble when you are addressed by Delicon, leader of the unified tribes of the Northlands. We found this among your things, Kingdom Dog. Tell me where you were going with it. We weren't taking it anywhere. We just picked up everything we could carry and ran. We needed gold. A lie. The seal the Nighthawks used for our messages was broken. The new writing at the bottom of the page confirms your guilt. What does Gabbo's folly mean? Who are Arthur and Jimmy the Hand? I really have no idea. Someone else must have beaten us to it and opened the scroll before we got there. We took what we found and left before we got nabbed. Do you want us to cut you in on the booty? What I want is information. Your companion Gorath claims you are as... damns you as certainly as your lie does. Until he betrayed his own, he was second in power only to me. He shall die for his disloyalty. Since you chose to remain silent, I shall have your tongue and feed it to my rats. Have back your message, spy. It will do you little good in your grave. Delicon stalked away. Still rattled by his interrogation, Owen tried to collect his fuzz-coated thoughts into a coherent whole. Thankfully, his wits had provided the lies as needed, but only narrowly had he avoided the impulse to tell everything he knew. It was almost as if he'd been prodded, coerced, bewitched. Magic? Astonished he'd been unaware of it at the time, the boy looked again at the bulky warrior who now stood whispering over Gorath's limp form. At first he believed Delicon was incanting a spell, one perhaps intended to coerce the truth from his victim, but after a few moments it became clear the warlord was conversing with his barely conscious friend. No, Gorath croaked, shaking his hand. Plans unfulfilled. Delicon whispered finally. Abruptly, he struck. It was too much to absorb. Even if the events unfurling before him weren't openly damning, Owen had seen enough to keep him swimming in a sea of doubts. All of them centering on the loyalty of his friend and traveling companion. Worse still, he had to deliver the message to Prince Arutha outside the Dimwood, and he would need Gorath's help to do it. Desperately, he wished he had time to sort things out, but time was the only commodity he didn't have. Enjoy your deaths. I know I shall. Delicon's scratchy voice snatched Owen out of his thoughts, directed his attention to where the mortal stood in the doorway, gesturing to someone in the dungeon corridor. From nowhere, a monolithic door swung into place, and once again, the room was a land of shadows. Experimentally, Owen struck the bars of his cage, knowing full well the corroded structure was too solid to yield. But even as his fingertips came away from the metal, the bars began a keening vibration, the iron harmonies evocative of distant temple bells. Someone was working magic, and it wasn't him. So this looks like it's CLXV, so 165th page we would be into the book by now. Oh. He was checking his phone, and then the door just opened. Owen wasted no time. Later he could debate to his heart's content about who it was that had set him free and what their reasons for doing so might be, but at the moment he had no thought in him but finding a means to get them out of the dark and cell alive. Hurrying to Gorath, he freed him from his iron manacles and allowed the mortal to lean against his shoulder as they limped together towards the heavy dungeon door. Again, tugging at the handle, they found that the lock was undone, another gift from their unknown benefactor. What about the guard? Owen whispered, allowing Gorath to stand once more on his own. Gorath lifted his head and spoke, his speech still slurred by the drugs that had been administered to them. Keep moving, he said, waving a hand at the door. No one is there. Pushing out the door, they found themselves confronting a wide hallway of passages leading in 3 other directions. Marked for death, escape from the Northlands. Do we need some stuff? Let's see. Oh shit, we need some stuff. Actually, you know what? Let's, well, that's fine, actually. Yeah, we don't have our cash anymore. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's because we don't have the money. It might be because, like James might have left with some money as well. So they would have taken whatever we had, obviously, but... There, here's some money. Excellent. And there's the other box. We'll probably just put that in there then too. Pranger, horn, that. No. I think he has all of them, doesn't he? Currently, yeah. Probably gonna need that rope. All right, time to give up on repairing people's stuff. So, zoom out a hair. Okay. So it feels like we walked in from one of these directions. And we're going to be told we can't go back to another one of them. Owen shivered, uncertain how long he and Garth had spent in the darkness of the room beyond, each rendered helpless by the mind-numbing drugs administered by Delicon's assistant. He was in no hurry to return to the cages. I think we already know what lies that way, he said to Garth. Let's try another way. So we know what's down there. There's a pit. And it looks like there's nothing beyond that pit. Yeah. It's just a nothing space. I am going to, it's 11:12, which means we're going to put down a right. Because of where we finished the story, James goes back to Krondor and takes all the party's money with him. Garth and Owen are now here. Before you open up the last chest, transfer valuable items from James's inventory to Gorath's and Owen's inventory, especially the spider and the spyglass. So, I could try rolling back to a previous save and then having to click through all this stuff so we could have the spider and the spyglass on us, which is kind of not a bad idea. Because the spyglass means we can search our entire area for chests and stuff while we're in the north. We don't have to wander around trying to wonder what's going on. I guess that would be an option. Did I put a save down before... did I put a bookmark down before fighting the guys? I can't remember now. I mean, we could do that. In fact, we could just drop a save here and see what happens if how far I roll back. So if we go back to 54, we're going to put an X next to it just in case. And then I decide to restore the game from our bookmark, which is, where are we? I think this is basically near the end. Seems like it. Yeah, this doesn't go anywhere. That other dude's gonna just off himself real fast. We could clear out the entire dungeon as well, it's true. Okay, that's the dude I think that ends up wanting to kill himself. Yeah. He killed himself. Let's drop a bookmark here. That chest has rope in it. That chest is full of that. This dude is carrying some stuff. Whatever. All right. So things I would want to have with me. That all seems pretty good. Things I don't necessarily need to have with me. Some spy notes. What else? I mean, yeah, we could decide to clear the entire dungeon, as Arclight says. I don't know if that's a what I want to do. I mean, it says there's not enough down here to actually make it rewarding. It's I mean, it's a lot of fights, which is something to do to kind of get us doing more. Yeah, it is time to actually take a break, regardless of what we decide to do. I think giving Gorath the spider is probably a good move. And maybe giving him the whetstone is another thing to do. The jewels are kind of a nice thing if I can actually. We get people here saying that, oh, why not just clear it? It's like, yeah, it's a fine point. Let's have a look at what. Let me just move this over to my other window. Let's just have a look and see what's here. So there's some Sarig's Bane and some True Sight tea. There's some Killian's Root Oil. There's crossbows, some silver, some torches. We already have the Abbot's Journal. Some crossbows, some Alphaphane's Icer, some silver and a ruby. And that was the shoes chest, which we opened. Yeah, not much in here. The Sarig's Bane, kind of. I mean, we can always buy Sarig's Bane when we need to. The True Sight tea, I mean, we can always dupe for that. Yeah, I don't think there's much else here that I would really need to go looking for. And for fights, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 fights. We've already done like 2 or 3 of those fights. So let's take a break. I'm going to take a break right now to go to commercial. We'll do commercial, we'll come back, and we'll have a brief chat, or I'll have already made my decision about what I want to do. So it'll be one of those two things. So sit tight for 3 minutes. I'll be right back. I have to say that the Twitch poll thing is pretty cool. And I have seen the straw poll already. The straw poll has definitely had 15 votes in it so far, with a pretty even split. Some saying go on, and some saying clear the dungeon. And then, of course, I'm looking at the Twitch poll, not the straw poll. It's saying the exact opposite. Okay, so largely I know what you guys want is to leave it to me. I do appreciate you. I have no stickers. I have no I voted stickers. I really need to get around to making stickers that say who voted with a question mark. Like the old classic who farted things from like a long time ago. So here's how it's going to break down tonight: is that I either do this entire run through through Cavill Run. I do all of Cavill Run, and then we finish the chapter, and then as we start chapter 4, like we get all the way to the point where I can start chapter 4. I load all the dudes up with all their stuff, and I put a save down, and we're done for the night. Or I finish chapter 4, load them all up, and put a save down, and we're done for the night. So I'm going to now that we've moved stuff off of James. 40-0-0, eh? 25-25. But he would take a hit. So I think we're going to just we're going to clear that dungeon. I think that's what's going to happen at this point. Anything else that he's carrying that I want? The Aventurine's probably a good idea. But probably what a better idea is having that whetstone. Give him the Knight's Peace. We don't need that. I should turn off this fan. I like that you guys managed to split the straw poll exactly in half, so good job for that. All right. I think we're good. Let's move on from here and fight everything we can. And since we're doing this, save this as 54, and then we're going to get on with this. Okay, so what's over here? Oh, right. This was Bubble. I was like, right, I think we went in here first, didn't we? Yes, we did. Definitely don't need that. Another box. Rope. Right, I needed to find this, because if I didn't find this, I wouldn't know anything about what's about to happen. So now we know about the Garde Revanche, which is great. What happens if I go this way? Nothing. Are we going back the way we came? Appears that we are. Yeah, we are. You know what? These are easy locks. No, are you kidding me? That's trapped. I need neither of these things. I see nothing else in this room. There is no way to dump your cash. Basically, I can't get rid of all of our money, and that's fine. I am largely uninterested in. Nice. I am largely uninterested in that, because when we're in the Northlands, and I have been in this chapter before, having money on us isn't going to make much of a difference one way or the other. We're basically trying to escape, but we can use the time to walk around the Northlands and like explore and look for stuff. And so if we have all these jewels on us, I believe we can trade the jewels in. We can save the, we can trade the jewels in for money. And then if we need to have money for any reason, that'll be what that's for. These guys seem so tall. Like giving up 10 every time just seems like a lot to do. That seemed like it didn't do anything. Ah, that was no good. There we go. Excellent. Oh, what's this? A Noble's Pass key. Who has the... He has the anti-venom. All right. I'll use your terrible hammer. It's nice to see that James's levels went up. That's good. Excellent. And he doesn't have the whetstone anymore. Good. You can carry my good hammer for a while. He has a neat looking key. Let's start here with this. Push. I don't think we need to rebowstring anything at this point. That's fine. I mean, I am just gonna like leave. I'm just gonna leave a bowstring down here for no reason. Might as well just use it. Oh, what are we carrying now? Right, he needs to drink your restoratives, young man. Thank you. And do that. And Excellent. And bring up grandeur again. Anything in this room? It was just a fight. Looks like it was just a fight. Nope, that's not what I want to do either. Shit. Hang on a minute. We got to do all of that again. Which includes going to the rope chest. We fell down a pit. And that is totally my fault. So now we're going to bookmark every time we do stuff. Let's just see here. Where am I going? We're turning this way. That is a trap chest. Right, there was nothing of value was found. There wasn't anything else in the room. What's this look like right now? All right. Am I holding the amulet? I am holding the amulet. That's why I'm doing so well. Have one more of those. There. Great. Drop a bookmark. Okay. What's the best way to handle this? Skin of the Dragon is a very cheap way to keep all my guys safe. Let's do that. They're playing silly buggers. I can also play Silly Buggers. Not going anywhere now, are you? Excellent. All right. Let's begin this ridiculous trading sequence. But now I know what it is, so it should be a lot faster. Yeah, you can hold all those, I think. Armorcraft. Do that. Right, I need that whetstone back. All right. Excellent. Good. Polish that. Yeah, I think actually if we do poison James's sword just before he leaves us, he does come back with that poison sword. So that's handy. Wait, did we do it already? Man, I'm going way faster. Body, 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 body. Body. It's I think it tends to make considerations based on like here's what the last thing is that you got and how, and it's like, well, it was poison, so even if he fights like 1,000 people up till the next point we meet him, it's like his sword will stay poisoned until we meet him again. All right, so we do this. Our choices are to go this way or to go this way. There's a pit right here. We can swing across, and it leads us into this area. And we're still juiced. And there's a lot of them, but that's okay. And what's Owen gonna do? Owen's gonna Skin of the Dragon. He's gonna do that again. One's gonna wait briefly. Gorath's gonna take this guy. Nice. I mean, you're right. James was with us when we fell into the hole, so stands to reason. If I wasn't so mad at myself, I would have probably made a really good joke about it. But here we are. All right, that'll do for that. So many keys, so many keys. Do you want some rations? Sure you do. I cannot repair that. So I guess we'll just give it back. Potion knocks him. It's not bad. Sure. So we'll use it up. Good. I think that's everybody. Oh, this guy. I guess we did that already. All right. Whoever has it is angry. Whoever loses it is angry, and whoever wins it has it no more. It won't be temper because it's 7, but that's an interesting idea. DHL. I don't think it's a T there. HALAS. Lawsuit. Got really close. I know it's on the list. I could go look at it right now, but I like Dispute. That's pretty good. That was it. Oh, well. Found the rich chest. Got some Sarig's Bane. Got some more True Sight Tea. Which means I don't have to... Just don't have to yet clone it all. Though I'm going to have to do that soon with some of these. I wonder if I should do that. Well, is there another chest in this room? Nope. And I think we've dealt with all the dead guys, haven't we? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we dealt with all the dead guys, I think. Where haven't we been yet? Looks like in the direction that I'm currently pointing. Because we came in through there then. Let's go this way. Pop down a thing. Yeah. Of course we should. Are we still jazzed? Look like we're still jazzed and jamming. Stealth 90%. Ah, good. Does the powder bag work on these guys? I can't do it from here. Okay. Give up my turn, I guess. Oh, you can only do it to guys who are next to you. Okay. Pressing the horn against his lips, Owen blew hard, the whole of his body trembling as the exhalation blasted through the dragon's horn. In answer came a distant sound like the baying of wolves or hounds, or of hounds, their calls ringing closer as they responded to their master's call. Oh, I see. I can't even see if I can hit him or not. Apparently I can't. This is why you need final rest, which is here. Can't attack him yet. Can it only be done on the dead body? I guess it can only be done... Oh. There are a few guys who I might want to cast it on. I can't target, so that's no good. Okay, good. Anything else interesting? Ah, he took the Sarig's Bane, that's right. So who's going to carry that? I hope so. There's some good news. Let's polish that and get it back. Oh, already did it. I guess I should probably turn his weapon craft on if we're going to do this real fast. Do. Can't do any of that because we don't have a hammer. Can't swap it. Okay. Yeah. Good. I don't think there was a box in this room at all. Doesn't seem to be. Slam down a save. And where are we? We are way over here. Just a dead dude in a giant ass room with nothing else in it. Good to see it. Astera Turlin, that is literally what I'm doing. I am just leveling my weapon craft and armor craft by taking a bunch of dead guys' stuff after I kill them and then putting it back on their bodies because also that's hilarious. We're just three, badly disguised murder hobos. Oh, hello. Here is a room that we probably haven't been in a while. What box was this? This is ocean. Okay, so we're back where the ocean box is. Which means that if we follow the same path, we'll come across pits and other shit again. But we should probably go back the first way. Yes? No, we don't want to go south. We want to go west. Got to clean everything out after all. Where haven't we gone from here? Ah, we haven't gone that way. Right? We have not gone this way. Anyone behind me? Yes. Are we still juiced? We're still juiced. I heard a weird sound effect. I mean, I'll hit you too if you want, dude, but... Like, my buddy Gorath's coming for me. Hey, that's good. That is good news. Sure. Take that. Can't do anything without a hammer. This guy will have a hammer on him. No, that's too bad. Which way are we going? Probably this way. Probably go west because it's away from the rest of the keep. Pit? No pit. Gorath. Can't do it. I can. I don't like that. Sorry, guys. I mean, not that sorry. Why can't I use this? I feel like I am not have the kind of... Yeah, my accuracy feels like it's getting lower. I might be poisoned. Yep, I'm poisoned. So best way to solve that is the healing pack. And I don't think the anti-venom is going to be my way around that. Pretty sure I can't just have that. Oh, yeah, you can. Good. So you can either spread it on your whatever, or you can do that. And how many restoratives do we have so far total? Got lots. He could have some. And another one of those, which is nice. Take the one with less charges on it to work on some things. Oh. Oh, I see. Well, whatever. Medium crossbow. Medium crossbow. Da 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 da. Yeah, we're going to take that other whetstone for the time being, because we're about to lose that one. They're giving us virtue keys because keys can break. And even though very expensive keys don't break that often, they are still capable of breaking. These guys just seem so tall. I don't see a box. Yeah, I don't see a box in this room. All right, here's a door. No, 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 no. Let's see here. Okay. So we're going to continue the same way we were going, I think. Yes. Same way we were going already. And there's a pit. I believe we are lower on our thing now, so... Get Owen's defense up. Also make a little more room by doing that. I think we're fine. Oh, he already had some. I think we're fine. Oh. Yeah, I just apparently can't use that against these guys. That doesn't seem to work either. Let's give Gorath the skin of the dragon while we're at it. I see the poison did a dude in, so that's good. There we go. Oh yeah, that makes sense. All you guys are saying, you're not in a place with an open sky. It's like, that makes perfect sense, Skins. Should have probably turned back on the other thing. Oh well. Here we are. Entertain us. Oh yeah? What about now, he said. There, now I have that and no way to apply it. Let's see. I do like this little dance we do though, where I polish my sword, then I hand it to Gorath, then and I polish his sword, and then he goes ahead and while I'm waiting, he he does this other thing, so we both end up with poisoned swords. It's a good dance. You got nothing I want. Hell yes. What else do you have? Nothing I want, just taking your stuff now. Still just taking your stuff. One, two, three, four. We got lots of that now, which is kind of nice. I mean, it makes sense that they might walk around with anti-venom on them as a just-in-case measure. What's in this chest? This wondrous thing, though not an herb, can help to comfort the weak and the dying. It can even be used to rally the troops or make one start laughing or crying. Rhetoric! Money. Okay, let's try money. No. Music. Don't need that. Sure. Okay, so we came in from the west. This is the west. We have exits are here. Oh, I see. I'm pretty sure that we almost covered all of the tracks here, but not all of them. Because we didn't go that way. I should have been thinking more about the layout of this dungeon. Cool. I dare say that's probably the whole dungeon. Ah, stones lead to the stairwell. So this is the way up into Cavil Keep. So where do we need to go from here? Connect that hallway, I think, and we're done. Go south. Don't run into the pit. Go a little further. These two guys we fought earlier. Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about how long we've been walking for. And that's a room we've already been into. So that's it. That connects all that. I guess we go south from here and we can work our way back. Turn west. I think that was the only other way out. Anyone else looking at maps might want to tell me if there is like a room you missed. It's like, Beej, you missed a room in X location and there's stuff in it. Because if you're looking at maps, it means it's probably also telling you what's in that room. But I'm pretty sure... Cool, so this is where we started. Which means we were very close to where we need to go to get out. So let's just walk that route again. Can't see anything. I am missing rooms. Okay. Are they more in the center of the map, or are they in the... Got that chest already, I know that for sure. Or is there anything that's actually decent in them that I need to get? Like, it's like, oh, you should go in there because there's a fight that you didn't do. It is the south of the map. Okay, well, I am going south. This is probably it. Oh. Neat. It's just a hallway that just curls around in itself. Okay, that's cool. Probably a pit. Ah, it's fine. We'll send Gorath towards the center. Pick on that guy. Another skin of the dragon. Don't know why we did all that. It's fine. What happened there? There we go. Ah, stealth went up even. Some Koltari poison, there's some picklocks. A whole bunch of rations, which I don't need to worry about. Should probably use these on our own swords. Oh well. Good thing we had that extra sitting around. I wish they would trade armor, though, too. Like, you could actually get them to trade the armor with each other, but oh well. Don't need Koltari poison for any reason. Dalatail milk, alright. Probably hardly worth it to be taking brooches and shit, but greed. going to be like, wait, I already repaired that. No, I didn't. If he had money on him, of course I didn't repair it. Always take their money. That's how you know whose stuff you fixed. All right. When you're full, it does that. I think the game is set up to give you like a month's worth of rations because it knows that you're going to the Northlands next. And so it's like, well, if everybody gets a whole ton of rations, there's an Elven Crossbow, an Alphafane's Icer, which we don't need either of. Now, there are two places to leave from here. It seems like we came in from... Nope. Came in from there, so we need to go out here. Let's drop a save. Can't go anywhere. All right. Let's get to the end of the chapter. There's a pit. Not yet, there isn't. Get to the end of the chapter, I have to go north. Big ass spiders. We've been down that hallway, didn't go anywhere. Not there. Doesn't go anywhere. No, it's the one with the two chests and the other room leading out. This one here. All right. This takes us to the end of the chapter, everybody. All right, it's not going to work. Need to use the actual cellar key. There's nothing else in the room. All right, here we go. Darkness. Spiders. Oh no, spiders. Oh no, nightmares. Miniature albino menaces. Yeah. So what we know is that the note he's writing this note has to go to Arutha, and we find out later what's in the note. If you are joining us now, we already did this part earlier because it's the start of chapter 4. I'm going to be very happy to move us on from here. Owen is in despair. Such great animation for the time. Let's get all of our stuff back on. And we should have both the spyglass and the spider. I want to put my rations here. I mean, even though I'll probably end up eating them all. I'm putting it on the wrong dude. We're letting Gorath carry all this stuff. Oh. Hey, hang on. Gorath averted disaster. Shaking his head, he was thankful he had presence enough of mind to catch himself before dropping a flaming torch to the ground. It is now Owen's responsibility. Here, you can have those torches. Nope. And Owen's got the spyglass. And the Ring of Brandir. He's going to need all these things. Good. Owen's got tons of room. We have a whole bunch of stuff we can sell, which we will probably end up selling. And with that, that's going to be the end of the stream. That begins Chapter 4. So we're going to put into Saves 3. And I'm going to call it Beej, Piff, Chapter 4. Where are we? Saves 3. Chapter 4. Somehow I forgot to change the thing in Chapter 2 to say Chapter 3, but whatever. Let's just go check on them. Saves 3, Chapter 4. That's it. I'm glad you guys have been having a good time. I've been having a good time too. Let's go back to the booth briefly. I want to thank everybody for showing up tonight. It's a little later than we have gone previously. I'm gonna have to obviously take that break and run those commercials here. Yeah, this has been Play It Forward here on the Loading Ready Run Entertainment Network. You've been watching me, Beej, play Betrayal at Krondor. You can hear it in the background, in fact. And if you'd like to see more cool stuff that we make, well, here on twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun is where all of our streams happen. Up next is... holy shit, really? Did I get that wrong? Am I on the right day? Tomorrow, meaning today, later today, at starting at 11 a.m. Pacific, is the Modern Horizons 2 pre-release, sponsored by Wizards of the Coast. You get to watch us open Modern Horizons 2 a little bit early and play some actual games, according to what this is telling me what was going on, which means that nothing else is happening tomorrow but the PPR as far as streaming is concerned. I mean, we're busy, but you know how that is. And then followed up on Thursday with Lure MTG at 2 p.m. And then followed by that, the long game, and then meet again at 8 o'clock at night, 2000 hours. More Play It Forward. Again, all times are Pacific Daylight Time at this point. It's so warm in here. Let's sew it all up. I want to thank everybody who's watching this on YouTube, on our VODs channel. You can go over to the main channel, youtube.com/loadingreadyrun, and you can like and subscribe things there. Subscribe to that channel because all sorts of funny stuff that we do there. But also, you can sign up for YouTube memberships, and the memberships are a way to financially support us because we rely on your support. These streams are brought to you by you. That in that case also is the Patreon, patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. You'll go take a look at that, join a whole group of almost 2,500 people, and we are making good money off of all of you, and I appreciate that, because that's how we pay for the moon base, and it's how we pay for electricity, and I wish I had air conditioning, Jesus. But also, it's how we put food on our tables and pay our own rent. It's how we pay people to be a part of this. Loading Ready Run is a group of people. We need to. We don't live with our parents anymore, and we some of us are married, and some of us have mortgages, and that's awesome. And I have a car. I don't have to make car payments. I have a car, it's paid for. But anyway, there's also Twitch. And Twitch is well, you know what? I'll mention the store first. Store.loadingreadyrun.com, a great place to buy merchandise. Right now, you cannot buy Season 11 Blu-ray set or Season 11 DVD, Blu-ray set, DVD set. Had them in different hands. But if you did back the Kickstarter and you should be getting one, you should have had an email by now from lurstore@pmcfulfillment.com. If you did not, please email them and let them know you did not. We are cross-referencing stuff on the Kickstarters because apparently people who backed one tier but then also backed a tier later that would have let them into getting a DVD or Blu-ray from that. It sounds like those might not have been included. The second tier backing might not have been included in the backers report. So now I've got to go through and double check to see what has happened in this case. So we want to hear from everybody. So the store, though, is a place to buy t-shirts and playmats and mugs and all sorts of cool stuff. And if there's anything on the store that you want but we're sold out of, just put your email address in the blank where it says enter your email address, and we will let you know should that thing come back into stock. I check that every so often, and if I see that we've reached a certain threshold, it means that I can go ahead and start ordering new stock for things, because we make a lot of stuff, and then at a certain point, we sell it all out, and I never know if that's because people are done buying it, or if people are just have decided that it's like, oh, like we sold it too fast, because you never know what's going to really twig with people, right? So please put your email address in there. I don't do anything weird with it. Nobody does anything weird with it. I cannot be bothered to do weird things with people's email addresses at this stage in my life. Let's thank the people who showed up tonight on Twitch, the streamers and the bitters, as it were. Kaku Epsilon showed up just prior to me going live. I'm going to count them anyway because they were here for the Betrayal at Krondor waiting time o'clock. I want to thank Demon Fire for your 5 subs you gave out to people, brand new subs in chat. We had a raid from Foxmar, and I didn't see that happen. I always miss Foxmar's raids. But thank you, Foxmar. Library Witch K, sub for 54 months. Ralphie 2099 for 6 months. Bistod for 48 months. Ogre Kid for 8 months. HIY Gamer, Hiya Gamer, for 9 months. Myver for 43 months. That's when Matt's raid showed up, just a little after that. Xanto69 with 50 bits. Always throwing those bits at us. Peter 200X for 57 months. John Helix. Could be 200LX, actually, I'm thinking now. John Helix for 16 months. Monk is Be Funky for 68 months. The Joe 743 for 29 months. Ty Pulsar 85 for 42 months. Had that raise from AdsEW. Thank you very much for that raid. And then they subbed for 56 months. I'm glad you've been enjoying the piff, AdsEW, and thank you for the raid. Disposition for a full year. Congrats on that. Followed through with another full year anniversary for themselves. And Ecking for 29 months. Morning greetings from Germany. Jesus. Right, it's technically Zeta o'clock, but we do not do a Zeta at this time of night. I need to go. I'm gonna have a little more food and then relax for the evening. If you are interested in anything that's going on with us, check us all out at loadingreadyrun.com/live. That's to know the entire schedule, to see all the things that are happening. But again, yeah, show up for that PPR coming tomorrow if Magic the Gathering is your thing, and if not. If you need other things to watch, well, some people from Lur stream at home, and there might be some home streams going on that day. I don't know. There's a lot of us participating in the PPR, but anyone who isn't might decide that they just want to do a home stream. So go look in the chat. You can see all the home streams from there. But I am done with this stream from my home, not technically a home stream, but a stream from my home. And I want all you to have a good night. So as always, stay safe, stay healthy. Stay inside if you can, and get that vaccine if it's in your neighborhood. And if it has not arrived for you yet, check online to see if it's coming for you. And if it's not in your country yet, hang in there. I know that we're gonna I know that we're going to start sharing them. We have to start sharing them. It wouldn't be a human thing to do otherwise. We have to eradicate this this whole coronavirus nonsense. And I know that there's variants, and there's all these other things, but we've got to do our best for everybody. And so I hope that our countries do our best to help all the other countries that don't have it yet. So take care. Have yourself a good night.